Hello and
No.
welcome. Hello and welcome to another episode of Manifest Actual Play. I'm Tommy Cotton, as always. With me, I have Dan Barron, Addie Gia, Seth Lilly, Roman Milan, and we're all here to play some Manifest for y'all. But before we start, let me go ahead and draw attention. Oh, you know what? There is a thing we're gonna do one extra week of rain is a thing because I didn't update the overlays this afternoon to add a new charity to the carousel.
I see.
So
Well, the
Dan,
charity blurb document is very challenging to navigate. Let me just scroll down. So the first announcement we have today is that Tommy's voice can go extremely high. So high, all the way to the top, I would say. I encourage you to listen to, God, I think it's like episode 15 of series 5 of Essential NPCs to hear him pretend to be a pixie. And I bring this up because he just screeched at a slowly increasing tone for a full 10 seconds before starting the stream.
It was like the THX, like, what? Like,
yeah, exactly. It was that. But imagine if instead of trying to show you how good the bass is in your theater, they were trying to show you how good the treble was. Anyways, the next announcement is every month we like to pick a charity to highlight. This month there will be a different one next time, but for now it's still RAINN. It's RAINN. They're the nation's largest anti-sexual violence organization. They operate the National Sexual Assault Hotline. They run programs to prevent sexual violence, help survivors, and bring perpetrators to justice. They have a 24/7 helpline available at rainn.org. They're a great organization. If you have any time, money, platform to help them out, we would love it if you did because they do great work. That's all for me. Over to you, Addie, I assume.
Yes.
Oh, it's my
Yes.
turn. Hi, everybody. We're here at Waypoint Live every Tuesday night at 8 o'clock. If you'd like to get a notification when we get live, go live. I guess we get live as well. Is you can hit that follow button down below. And if you like us so much that you want to help us improve the stream for your viewing pleasure, you can hit that subscribe button as well. We
Smash it.
We have some great subscribers already. We've had a whole lot of you really come out to support us, and we love you so much, and we're so thankful. And also you can tell your friends about us because we're pretty consistent, except for next week when we're going to be off. So next week we are taking our very first break in 2021. There's this whole thing where we're relocating halfway across the country. And so we won't be we can't guarantee that we have our setups, and instead of, kind of crossing our fingers and hoping, we're gonna have a free Tuesday night, I guess. Ooh. So
There.
So that was a double announcement. I just wrapped it right in there. We're also on social media. We have Facebook and Twitter. We also have Instagram. Hey, maybe we'll take pictures of the move. We'll put it on the Instagram.
I keep telling you guys, the clues are all there, and that's the only hint I'll give you. No one solved the puzzle yet.
Our usernames. Our username is Manifest the RPG and Manifest RPG because someone took Manifest the RPG from us. It's wild. But you can find us on multiple platforms. In the carousel, you'll see below.
I just thought probably someone has made a tabletop RPG of hit. Ooh, I want to say NBC, but it might be Fox series Manifest, the show where a bunch of people get on a plane and it lands 2 years later and they don't remember why.
Gosh, it sounds like an ABC show, but it's got Prince Charming from Once Upon a Time on it. Anyway, let's continue on. So you can find us there. Also, you can find us on our own social medias. I am at Addie Gia. basically everywhere, and Tommy is everywhere at the Jolly Poncho. We might have, Roman's working on his. I don't want to give it away yet. If yeah, we're gonna wait on that one.
It's not on the screen yet.
It's not on the screen yet, so I'm not gonna spoil it.
And only because it's May the 4th. Mine is at Revenge of the Seth on Instagram, and you can see the last photo that I took, which was probably sometime last year.
You have some Instagram stories.
That's true. I do have some pretty lit stories.
Yeah, your Instagram stories are very good. Okay, so that's pretty much all for the social media part. I've gotten 2 really great suggestions for merch, but I am looking for more. So if you have merch ideas, put them in the chat, because I want to make merch so I can have merch, so you can have. And that is it. No, it's not. I have one more. I love talking. Is that we put out our end of the month update this past week for Manifest on the Kickstarter, which is Manifest the RPG. Kickstarter.com/Manifest the RPG. And we also, if you are a backer or you supported us through BackerKit when our orders were still open. Right now they are still temporarily closed. You have access now to a new adventure that can be played with the updated quick start guide that we released a couple of months ago. So while you're hanging tight, and we have some very cool things in production going forward, and hopefully some announcements very soon about that. And while you're biding your time, we have a lot of stuff for you to access, and we release a little bit more. And if you are one of those backers and supporters, and you are not yet in our backer exclusive Discord, please send us a message. I gave you the social medias. We have an email address. You can message the Kickstarter. Please reach out to us. Join the fun on the Discord. And that is about it. I finally finished. Tommy, over to you.
Hi. So we have, for anyone who is joining us for the first time, we have special channel points, which we call viewer grit. And you can spend that viewer grit in a few different ways. You can spend it to unlock emotes, standard stuff you would find on Twitch, but you can also spend that viewer grit to interact with the gameplay itself. Right now, the way in which you can do that is you can gift grit to specific characters or to the GM. Grit is an expendable resource in Manifest. It allows you to interact with your dice rolls and modify them. So if you have something that's really important to you, you can spend grit to be able to kind of fudge your rolls and still succeed. Right now, going into this session, I have Dex at 9 grit, Eloise at 12 grit, Porter at 7 grit, and Gus at 8 grit. And Argitlam has gifted grit to Gus, Dex, and Porter with a message saying that he is holding Eloise's.
I'll spend grit as soon as I can, I promise.
In escrow.
Argy.
Don't believe her lies.
So that puts Dex up to 10. Porter up to 8, and Gus up to 9. And then Fiddler Undone gave an additional grit to Porter. We all know what that's for. Though I think last session may have been one of the first sessions.
First time ever.
The curse is broken.
There's simply no way it could happen again.
No, Seth will never roll a misfire
Surely
again.
not. Yeah, never again.
Definitely never on anything that's important. The other thing, so you can spend 15 of your viewer grit to give grit to the players. You can spend 1,000 of your grit to give grit to me, the GM. And if you do that and I spend grit against them, they still get grit. So, it's like getting it for them at a discount. It just means I get more interesting, terrible things I can do to them and potentially sever their limbs or sever their limbs or kill them.
We are the fulfillment center employees, and Tommy is Jeff Bezos. So technically, if you give Jeff Bezos money, maybe we'll get to look at it a little bit. Probably we'll still be in here pissing in bottles trying to survive.
Sitting over there with 9 grit acting like you have a deficit.
It's the grit rich.
Addie's got the fucking bank she's sitting
I'm
on.
I'm an ally. Tax me.
That's what they all say.
Listen, I'm the only one out here actually putting my grit back into the economy. I'm spending this shit as fast as I make it.
We need a grit stimulus to really get this thing going.
Argit just gave you one.
From Argit
Argit gives you a
That's actually
stimulus every week.
Community action works better than
Okay, so we're in the middle of a campaign, and also if you're interested in catching up on any previous episodes, you can catch them on YouTube. Just search Manifest the RPG on YouTube, and you'll find all the episodes in this campaign. In addition, you'll find all the episodes of last campaign, which happened 3 years prior to this campaign. Okay, but before we jump into a recap,
In world.
in world, the canon is it's 3 years ago. It happened like
It
ended like
4.5-5 months ago.
Yeah. So we are going to jump into the actual play, but before we do, we're going to transport our minds to the world of Manifest by looking at some cool character art given to us by Kate May. She's amazing. Go check her out. Woo! And we're back.
Okay.
All the way to the top.
All right. So, our 4 drifters met in the iconic settlement of Waypoint, and they went on a job together to deliver some high-tech supplies to a settlement. And on that journey, they were ambushed by some bandits with some strange equipment, and decided that they were going to try to figure out who was supplying that equipment to those bandits. They then returned to Waypoint to find themselves embroiled in a sort of intrigue with the Fort Dearborn militia, who was at Waypoint hunting a creature It turned out this creature was not a creature at all, but a person with heightened illuminated abilities never before seen, who sort of took the form of a monstrous creature before he was killed and defeated. The militia spirited away that body to Brimstone Garrison, a strange place where our drifters suspect perhaps some human testing is happening. But staying focused on their initial mission of trying to find out the purpose behind a strange symbol branded on the equipment of those bandits and tattooed on the foot of Jack Taylor, the man who was had those heightened illuminated abilities and was spirited away by the militia when he died. This strange symbol, this kind of circle cut off by a sort of diamond shape with 3 dots below it. They asked the sheriff of Waypoint for assistance, and he came back with a name. The name is Alistair Caldwell, a gunslinger, a veteran gunslinger from the guild known as the Legionnaires of Astoria. Is willing to meet with these 4 drifters, seeming to have some kind of lead on where they can find out more information on this symbol. And Caldwell is waiting for these drifters in the settlement of Spring Mill, which is about a day and a half away from Waypoint. Our drifters have resupplied, spent some time convalescing in Waypoint, and have now hit the road at the very end of last session. They hit the road in order to meet with Caldwell in Spring Mill. Now, those of you who are handling vehicles, I would like a fuel test from you, as we are starting off this session on the road, and I need to know whether or not you have enough fuel to make it through the whole session.
Oh no, I need to get my dice. I didn't think I'd need them.
What'd you roll there, Seth?
I don't want to talk about it.
Oh my god.
Jesus, look at
It's
that.
okay. You can't misfire on fuel. I
just gave you fuel.
That is not a die that I bought you. What are you doing?
It's not. Well, I needed a character die, so I'm using one of my old dice for a character die, so that it doesn't make sense. And clearly, I need to buy a new one. Maybe that's where all my bad luck's coming from.
still think it's technique based.
Using a dice tower. How could it be technique based? Oh.
Is the drop good?
I forgive you. It'll be great. It makes for good storytelling.
We gotta make you we gotta make you play D&D. This is what,
Yeah, exactly.
just
That's what I'm
always
talking
rolling
about.
20s.
Drop a like up a like in the chat if you want us to play D&D with Seth.
He's
Into
too
it,
powerful.
Yes.
Okay. So it's okay. You just fail the test. Which does mean that you will need to put fuel in your car before the end of the session. If you do not, it will run out of gas wherever it is.
You can't make fuel cubes, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right.
Gus, how did you
Guess you
do on
didn't
your
think
fuel
about it.
test?
I did give you a fuel cube last session, right?
Yeah, and I used it immediately.
Cool. Yeah, I failed mine.
Good.
So I run out at the end of session 2.
Do
but I'll be fine.
either of you have fuel in your inventory?
Yes.
No.
I have 2, in fact. And one of them's premium, which might be helpful for you next time.
I mean, if he uses it, it won't matter because it'll be expended. Basically, you take the +2 on the roll, and then if you fail the roll, then you spend the premium fuel cube. But if he just pours premium fuel in his vehicle, the fuel cube is expended, and he doesn't get the bonus next time.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, premium fuel cube basically allows
So-
you to get a bonus to your fuel test at the risk of losing it.
Gotcha. I've been running on regular fuel this whole time. I'm going to start risking premium fuel.
Yeah.
For next time, I think.
Unless you give it to Porter at the end of the session just to make his wagon run. But
Yeah,
hey,
we'll see.
you guys have enough fuel for whatever you get into so far, so that's nice. Cool. So both of you realize your tanks are running a little empty, and you might want to do something about that. But you definitely have enough to make it to Spring Mill as you all four hit the road. And it's a bit cloudy throughout the day, but no storms in particular. Like, it seems like maybe there like might be a storm, but like there's no precipitation. If it's going to come down, it's going to come down somewhere else. Basically, it's just kind of a dreary day in the desert. Which is actually somewhat nice given the fact that it means there's less direct sunlight on you. So the temperature has dropped a decent amount for you. But it is otherwise an uneventful trip to Spring Mill. Is there anything anyone wants to get into over that day and a half?
Yeah, before we left, I would have checked, or well, I think I would have asked Dex to check because it's currently on his tab. There's another Light in the Darkness.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Dex has a subscription currently active for A Light in the Darkness. So you check, and there is a new issue of A Light in the Darkness.
Okay. So how's he get out of this desert that he's in?
Mm-hmm.
So, Rico Kazik, last time in A Light in the Darkness was he escaped the vampire nest, and then he found out that he was extra sensitive to the sun, and he'd lost his reflection in an oasis, and the water wasn't quenching his thirst. And so he starts to he comes to the same conclusion that you did, which is like maybe he's becoming a vampire. So he immediately seeks shelter in a cave, and then finds himself like melding into the shadows against his will. As he's in there, it's like he's dissolving and freaking out, and then the shadows begin to speak to him and like whisper in his ears, and they like swirl around and like question him and start giving him riddles. He struggles to like answer these riddles, and as he fails, he gets like splitting headaches and becomes more and more dissolved and becomes more and more panicked. And they keep asking him, one of the riddles they keep asking him is like, what do you want? What do you seek? And then near the final quarter of this chapter, he realizes the shadows have seem to have like motivation and are asking him these questions for a reason. And so then he raises his hand up, and like illuminated light charges into his hand, and he banishes the shadows away, and he blinds himself for a second and wakes up, and he's still in the vampire den. They were using their illuminated powers to send him into a dream hellscape to try and interrogate him.
Oh, snap.
And then he shoots them all, and that's the end of and that's the end.
That's the end of the arc.
That's the end of that. That's the end of the chapter. Is they're all blinded and freaked out, and he grabs a gun and then takes them out, and then he's standing blood soaked in the vampire den, pretty certain that he's awake for real this time. But he questions whether or not that's true, and whether or not he'll ever know for sure.
God dang, Rico. God, he's such a good shot.
He is, but like, come on, an insight dream again?
I know, it's crazy how often he has those.
They're cool. There's no denying that they're cool. It feels weird that everyone he runs into does this to him, right?
Yeah, I guess like both of the times that his wife's evil twin sister did it to him, like that was the second one was maybe one too many, and then like There was the mummies that did it, and there was like the spiders that did it, and I'm not even quite sure how spiders do that.
Well, I think that was like a hallucination induced by the venom. But
Oh, all right.
but your point
Okay,
stands.
so that's different.
Your point stands. Though.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, he has a lot of them dreams. But man, they are cool. And then he always gets back at the end and he shoots everything. And sometimes I go, oh, I bet he's in a dream. Oh, I hope he's in a dream. Because when he gets back, he's going to shoot everybody. That's always fun.
Huh. It just seems like a lot of inside dreams. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, it's a lot of dreams. But man, I can't wait to see what happens next.
And we drive off into the desert.
At some point during the 1.5-day journey, you're able to pass the chapter over to Porter, so Porter can read it. Porter, you go through the same experience.
Another inside dream. All right, sure. And I think Porter goes back to his old standby, and he's going to be crafting probably for most of the journey. He's got some tonics he'd like to have ready.
Sure. What do you want to craft?
So the first one I'd like to make is a sleeping tonic.
Okay. So that's a tier 2, so that will take 12 hours per roll.
Right.
Are inside dreams a thing?
Not really.
Only from wampuses.
Yeah, I mean,
Nobody
a wampus do exist in people's dreams in a real tangible way. And that is based on some illuminated inherent ability they have. But as far as you know, you've never heard of an illuminated person having such an ability. But there's a lot of things that illuminated people can do that you haven't heard of.
I am going to play to the gallery so I can count this. I'm playing down to this 14, and that got me 3 hits.
Okay, you're 7 grit. I'm at 10. And you got 3 successes on crafting your tier 2 tonic.
That's right.
Okay, so you'll need to roll again, and that will take you most of this journey.
Right.
Assuming you get a success on the following roll.
Hopefully. We'll see. It's not guaranteed.
I'll be
Yeah.
fine.
Ever had an insight dream?
No. Why? Did you have one?
No, but like Rico has them all the time, so I feel like I should be having at least 1 or 2.
Rico's the bloke from the darkness. That's the
Okay.
character's name.
Yeah. No. Okay. That's a story. Gus is the thing. That's not really anything.
Yeah, but it's about an illuminated guy.
right. But like also like those stories have people like flying in them and like
Yeah.
people don't fly. I mean, it's just like it. I'll look into it. Yeah,
Okay.
I'll look
I mean,
into it. I mean, I don't know how, but no, it's fun. It just stories aren't. Some stories aren't necessarily like this. Might just be for entertainment.
yeah. No, yeah. Someone's writing the Rico
Right.
stories, but like
Yeah.
you probably know like Rico. Like Rico's not a real guy, but he's probably based on like a guy or two. Like our illuminated gunslingers and like fought off vampires and stuff. Right? Maybe it wasn't vampires. Maybe it was like a vampire.
Well,
Like
so,
they
I don't
elevate
think
it for the story.
Oh no. Okay. Guess I gotta break it. I gotta break something to you. There aren't like vampires made of humans.
What are they made of?
I mean, there's only like one. I think there's like an animal that'll like suck your blood out and stuff, but like that might be pretend too.
So what if the animal bit a person?
It would
Can
suck
that
their
person
blood
become a
out.
vampire?
No, they would die. They would get their blood sucked out.
Yeah, they're undead.
No, they would just be dead. And then they would get eaten.
Yeah, they're
And
dead, and then they come
for
back as a mega
nourishment.
vampire.
No, there would be no body left. Maybe.
All right. Okay. Yeah.
I
Hey,
think
you know what?
It's rare. I guess it's just what.
This is, I don't know. It's a weird idea, but you know how we're not allowed to tell anybody about sort of what happened in the mountains.
Sure.
What if you don't talk about? What if we don't tell? What if Rico went into the mountains and he spotted some illuminated thing, some insight thing? What if we like sent like the writers of Rico Kasich, like our story, and saw if they wanted to put it in there, and then people could know sort of what we went through, and we could sort of get ahead of it, and people would be like, oh well, that's not really like how that works. It's like with the vampires thing, like you said vampires don't exist. I don't know, science is still out, I think, but if they read it on the stories, maybe they will think, oh well, that ain't how, that ain't real. Or
I guess.
what if they read it in the stories?
Right, but where did that inspiration come from? Right? Like, I'm happy to have the militia, like, maybe not right with us. So
Sure.
I guess
Yeah,
what's the point of like making it so like, because they'll know it was us,
Mhm.
Like if we change it enough,
then it won't be the story.
maybe we tell them the story we want them to hear.
So like, you just want to write a story that's like the Fort Dearborn militia is like real bad.
Yeah. It could be called something like The Dark and the Lightness or something. It's about how bad the militia sucks.
I think that's not quite thematically appropriate, that title, but like I like it and we could workshop it is the thing.
All right.
Okay.
All right. We'll
Yeah.
do some
Why don't you
brainstorming.
like
We
come
still got
up
some
with
driving.
an outline of like the story you want to tell? And then maybe I'll help you.
All right. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
I'll start writing it.
Yeah.
There's a handsome, very, very extremely handsome homesteader. He's
You should put it
just
down
up
on
against the
paper
world.
though,
I
is
think
the
I
thing,
got
Gus,
something.
is that it should go
Yeah,
on paper.
I'm gonna try to write.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to write it.
Yeah, I'm excited.
I got this
for
journal.
this.
Hey,
There you go. You can put all your ideas in there. That's great, Gus.
this journal just graduated. It's a book now.
Amazing.
Porter, did you roll another first aid test?
Oh, no, I didn't.
Should.
That's not at any minuses because it's my second roll, right?
No. This is a work in progress. The penalty is time spent.
Oh, all right. That's 4 successes right there.
Okay. Well, you do make a standard quality batch of sleep tonics, which means they have 2 side effects, which you get to pick because you have the pharmacist talent.
Yes, I do. So,
Oh.
for sleep, what would
Is
be good?
sleep? I thought sleep was a negative, Tom.
Oh, you're quite
Wait, that's-
right, actually.
It's not
Abby.
a sleep aid.
Right. Yes. It is a sleep. It is an aggressive sleep. No, yeah. There's no side effects. You are correct. Instead, just make sure you mark that it is standard quality because that will
Yes.
definitely affect the negatives they have to resist it. It is not nearly as hard to resist as, say, an excellent quality sleep tonic.
Fair enough.
Okay.
But I do have 4 of them, so there's that.
You have 4. Just keep hitting them with it. They'll lose once.
Yeah. Yeah.
Go to sleep, damn it.
Cool. You kind of have a handful of hours, the like final stretch of the trip, if there was something else you wanted to craft. Otherwise, that took up most of your time.
Was there anything that anybody needed, like armor or weapon wise, that like I could that they needed me to take a look at all? Actually,
Oh,
before we get where we're going, in case this gunslinger decides to shoot at us.
oh, sure not. Mine's fine. Mine's totally fine.
Okay, good.
It's definitely all right. Not a scratch on it.
Okay, you're saying it weird
No,
though.
I didn't though. I'm
Okay,
not saying it
all
weird
right.
at all.
Maybe I'm. It's hot out.
No. He's saying it weird.
Okay, great. I don't know. I can't
Roll to
really
see if I'm
tell
saying
very
it
well.
weird.
Okay, no, I just.
Hold on. You are.
Yeah, he's saying it weird.
Okay. Well, if you want me to take a look at it, just in case.
I don't know. I don't even know if it's worth it. Remember when you fixed the scratch? Well, I got it scratched again. Dang it.
Oh,
Got scratched back in the same place. I didn't protect it. I didn't take care of it. It's only a little scratch. Like, I'm fine. Like, as long as I don't get hit right in that place, I'll be okay. I don't know. I feel
Ghost,
bad.
would you let her fix it? I told you she wouldn't mind. It's okay.
I don't know. It's a whole dang machine cube over just a dang scratch. I don't think I need it.
okay. Well, here, I don't, because I don't mind. But if you want to wait, I think that it gives it character.
Yeah. Character. That's good. Yeah, we can leave it, or you can fix it if you want. I mean, it is a pretty bad scratch.
Okay.
Yeah, up to you.
All right. Bring it on over.
All right.
How many armor points is your armor missing?
It's down 1 point. Like,
Guess this ain't anything.
that's what I
What are you
told you.
talking
It's just a
about?
scratch.
Okay, well, it gives it character. If
Good.
if it gets hit there and it breaks, like come back and I'll fix it. But this is fine.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's what I said. It's
Yeah,
all
I
fine.
know.
I've been saying that since the beginning. Weird or not, it's all totally fine. But thanks, Al. That's sweet of you. Offer to fix it.
Oh, sure. Anytime. Also, you take punches for me. So like I feel like it's a fair trade.
Yeah. Or hopefully just no one takes the punches and they
I
miss.
mean,
and they
sure,
hit
but
bang.
like based on our track record, you take the punches.
I do take some punches,
Yeah.
yes.
Cool. So then we're good for the rest of the journey to Spring Mill.
Yeah, it's very small, but Dex does do an extremely thorough clean and check of his guns before we get to Spring Mill. More so than usual.
You guys are like starting to pack up camp, and he's like still like polishing it and like putting another layer of oil on it and polishing it.
Do you think he'll think you never use them?
No.
Okay.
And the four of you come around some rocky terrain, and you see Spring Mill ahead of you. Spring Mill is a small settlement oriented around a single avenue that runs perpendicular to a small stream springing out of a hill on the north side of town. The center of town has a mill that is powered by a water wheel that runs in the stream. And then there's also nearby the mill, there is the mayor and sheriff's office and the water wheel saloon. On the other side of the stream, directly to the north, there is a general store called the All Things General Store. And then on top of the hill, you can see the LRC tower, the town's LRC tower, raised up into the sky. Also, to the south of the main avenue, there is a smattering of houses that surround kind of a shallow-looking pond that seems to be fed by the stream. The air in town as you approach is tense. It's a small town, so you don't expect to see like bustling crowds or anything, but you do expect to see people, and you really don't. And as you come by, you realize like, it's a nice, cool day in the Badlands. Not cold, just like pleasant, and no windows are open. They're all shuttered. It's quiet and a little unnerving as you roll into town. And pretty immediately, it's easy to see why. Because in the center of town, just in front of the mill, there are 2 bodies hanging from the neck. And a wooden sign hangs loosely between those 2 bodies that reads in big black burned letters, just murderers.
Feels excessive.
I don't think I like this town very much. It's so pretty, except for that one part.
I don't like that part.
No.
Look at the other part. Oh, look at that tree. Oh, look at that nice green undead person tree.
Is there any like anything notable about these people hanging, or do they just look like regular folk?
As you kind of pull up, they're not hanging too far from the Water Wheel Saloon, which I assume is where you're headed, maybe?
That's where we're supposed to meet Caldwell, right?
That is where Caldwell is supposedly waiting for you. So unless you want to go somewhere else, I assume that's where you're kind of moving your vehicles.
Nah. Yeah, we're
Then you get a little bit closer and you notice like their shoes are removed. They're still wearing like their clothes. By the look of them, they've been dead for some time. They're not excessively decayed, but they're not fresh corpses.
Right.
And Dex, you see, because they're just kind of hanging there, their arms limp, their hands and wrists untied. At a guess, these people didn't die by hanging. And as you get a little bit closer, you do see both of them have bullet holes directly into their hearts.
So this was just for show then? This is just to show off. Yeah, I don't think excessive covers it, Dex.
You remember when I said there's a gradient?
Mm-hmm.
And you guys all kind of laughed at me, and you're like, what's the difference?
Yeah, I get it now. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Maybe it's like a message.
I mean, it's a message for sure.
I think it's a message saying don't kill people near here. Or commit crimes, I assume.
Well, let's meet this guy and then just like be on our way, probably.
See what he has to say.
Are you supposed to talk to him by yourself, or are we supposed to go with you?
I've actually got some business to take care of in the general store, so I think I'll go take care of that.
Yeah. General store.
Do you need some fuel too?
Yeah, I mean, I don't, but I'd love to look at the fuel they have.
I'm sure it's great fuel. Come along. I'd love to have you.
Yeah, no, good luck.
Cheers.
You two.
Bye. Good.
Yeah.
Gus, do you need money?
Oh, I'll just I don't know. I'll like chop some wood or something.
Okay.
Maybe he'll give me a treat.
I owe you anyway. I can spot you something.
Yeah, we'll figure something out. You guys have fun.
So you
as
go
we walk
across
away.
the idyllic little bridge over the spring to the general store. It's very nice. It's a nice little like arched bridge. It's you can tell, like, judging by its positioning, like it probably looks extremely like tranquil and nice on like at sunset as like the sun kind of disappears behind the hill, and then like the moons rise up. And it's just like a nice little like quiet town you're walking through, but it is a little too quiet as you make your way towards the general store. Eloise and Dex, you're outside the Water Wheel Saloon.
I'm happy to talk to Caldwell alone if you'd rather not.
Listen, if he's gonna shoot me, he's gonna shoot me regardless of where I am. I don't know why they're hiding, so I guess I'm just gonna go with them. I mean, to see him.
Sure. I
And
don't.
also, you don't do a lot of talking in case he needs actual talking to. Like, I thought maybe I could help with.
I appreciate that. I don't know this guy. I would maybe not say much unless he asks.
I will not. I've had enough of bullies, so let's just go.
I don't think it's because he's a bully.
Excuse me. If you can't talk to a person because they're too intimidating and mean, that's bully. They're bullying you out of talking to them.
That's not what I meant. Okay.
Okay, so the two of you step into the Water Wheel Saloon. It's a small saloon with a bar directly to your left, a little small bar. There are a couple occupants in here, all kind of like having a drink in relative quiet. No
Looking
music.
for, I assume, a dark corner where a man in a long trench coat and a wide brim hat drinking alone is sitting.
There's a couple like dingy tables for games of chance, and just a small amount of. It's hard to call them booths because they're not really. When you imagine a booth, you imagine something that's very comfortable looking, very like padded. These are like wooden, like circular, like seats built against a wall with a table, kind of set into them.
Booth in the technical term.
Yeah. And you do see sitting in one of those booths, just calmly reading some LRC printings, flipping over a page, is an older man in his late 50s. You at least guess he's in his late 50s. He does have a very like hard and aged face, which could be a byproduct of extremely hard living or just straight up age, but definitely late 50s at the very least. There are deep lined wrinkles that run from the corners of his ice blue eyes, and his wavy silvery hair reaches just below his shoulders, and he wears it tied loosely in a burgundy ribbon along his back. And his upper lip is entirely hidden beneath a thick mustache that reaches down and back, connecting to his sideburns. And his chin sports a separate, somewhat long goatee. And as you walk in, his eyes just calmly but sharply like lock on to you, Dex. And he lowers his paper slightly, grabs the like pint of beer he was drinking and takes like a sip from it, and then like takes out a handkerchief and wipes the foam off of his mustache.
Yeah, I'll go meet him at his booth.
As you get closer, and he sets down his paper, you see that his right arm ends just above the elbow. And his long, hardy trench coat that he wears has the right arm, or the right sleeve, pinned up with a copperbird clasp. And as you get to the table, you see on his hips are two pistols, exquisite in craftsmanship. Eloise, these immediately catch your eye. The polished dark metal is inlaid with silvery, elegant etchings. The handles are made of white and black marble-like wood, and the sights and barrels hum with a gold light. He wears one on his left hip in the traditional like place for a holster, and the other is laid across the front of his belt, angled to be also grabbed by his left hand. His belt itself is lined with revolver cylinders that are seemingly attached by some sort of quick release mag tech. And his pristine belt buckle is that of a true legionnaire gunslinger. The Astorian rose, a 6-petaled rose, sits at the center of this intricately embossed buckle that reflects the light from the dingy windows and seems to repel the dirt and grime of this saloon. Just looking at this, Eloise, like when you look at like machinery and technology and are able to like discern its quality and maybe even kind of like get a guess at like how it is designed, just at a guess, like these pistols are like crafted with such fine technique that it would take you a long time to try and figure out exactly how to replicate them. The materials themselves seem extremely rare. Only like extremely rare like salvages seem that you know of from like your history in Ion Harbor have yielded materials that even seem similar to these. And Dex, you would just know that the technique and materials necessary to put together these guns in exactly the fashion in which they been put together is a closely guarded secret, probably known only by the smiths of the Legionnaires of Astoria. And you walk up, and with his one arm, Alistair Caldwell gestures for you to take a seat, and he goes, "Mr. Bailey, I assume."
That's right. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Caldwell.
Pleasure indeed. He extends his hand to shake yours.
I extend my hand to shake.
"And who might you be?" he says to Eloise.
Hi, I'm Eloise.
"Pleasure. I was told you travel with a party of 4 drifters."
The other 2 had some business to take care of at the general store.
"I see. Well, you came here for information, I understand, searching for a strange little symbol. Looks something like this." He pulls out a printing of what was sent to him, the same kind of drawing. It's like a scan of the drawing that was given to Sheriff Fly. "I happen to have recently come across a fella with that very marking tattooed just below his collarbone here." What is this thing? Curious. Takes a lot to move the sheriff of Waypoint to reach out to the likes of me.
Not sure yet. We found it on the stock of Nicolette Dubois' crossbow. She was working with a guy named Kenny Mathis. Been doing some work near Las Vegas. Tried to steal some LRC parts from us.
Well, I never heard of them. But, well, I suppose this was some kind of Silent Peak trial for you, hunting down these road agents. Gotta kill them all off.
Suppose it's not.
Well, might be I have someone who can lead you in the right way. I don't know what the symbol meant to that fella, but he had it tattooed on him, so it must have been meant something. Maybe a dead end, maybe something. I don't want to promise you a false breakthrough or nothing.
It's fine. It's more than we've had.
All right. Well, and let's get down to it, because I don't do favors. Now, I have an opportunity for you and yours to make a fair exchange for the information I have. I can give you the name and location of this person, guaranteed. Don't matter how long you take to get to him, as long as you can get to him in the next 2 or so years. He's currently working off his debt to society in indentured servitude.
Okay. And in return, you'd like...
Well, Spring Mill's new ornaments used to be a couple of road agents by the name of Matilda Glotzbach and Sean McDaniel. Until recently, they were known to murder, steal, and overall prey on folk with 3 other reptiles: Kyle Peters, Michael Garcia, and Paulina Erickson. I had hoped I could draw the remaining trio to confrontation by hoisting their compatriots up like soiled linen, but it seems their cowardice won out over outrage. Now, I know a hideout not too far from here they're likely to have scurried to, but I imagine they'll be ready for trouble when we come. You help me end them, and I'll tell you where to find that indent.
Okay.
All right. I have about half a pint to finish here, but I want to hit the road as soon as possible. Hit them by nightfall if we leave before too long. We're lucky. They're just stupid enough to be asleep. Otherwise, we can use the night as dark or as cover at the very least. So you go ahead, gather your folk from the general store, and you let me know when you're ready to head out.
All right.
Yeah, we hear about the Silent Pete from time to time. Not too many of you venture far from the mountains. Unless you're on whatever it is y'all call it, your trials.
The rite of reflection.
That's the word for it, yeah. I never come across a novitiate myself. They do teach you how to fight up there, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, fine pair of pistols you got there. It would really be beneficial if you knew what to do once you cleared leather. I ain't never seen a gunslinger at the peak, a warden, actually draw down on no one. They always want to talk. We ain't going to these people to talk. You understand that, right?
I understand. I trust that you have done the legwork.
That I have. Now, it ain't too much trouble. I have a few shorts to read, and then I'm done with this paper.
We'll leave you to it.
You let me know when you're ready to ride out. You and your friends shopping.
I would like to get a read on this dude.
Sure.
Yeah, I think given that he is a fully gilded gunslinger, I'm not like trying to poke holes in anything he said. I'm just trying to get like a general sense of who he is as a person.
Okay. You are up against a 10.
I have 1 hit over a 10.
Okay. So you get the sense that Alistair Caldwell is not someone who has any need for deception, which speaks to your initial instinct on him. He is just going to tell you the facts as he sees them and what he thinks you need to know. You don't think he's the kind of person to lead you into, like, he's leading you to danger for sure. And you get the sense that he is kind of testing you a little bit. You like get a little bit of the idea that like he might be tickled by the idea of seeing a novitiate of the Silent Peak like in action. But beyond that, he strikes you a little bit like less bloodthirsty than what you had heard about the Legionnaires of Astoria, but only in the sense of his like brutal tactics have a clear and defined purpose. As like you walked in and you saw those people hanging and you're like, that's excessive. And then he explained to you like, oh, I was doing it because it would make people mad enough that they would rush into this town and I could gun them down 1 versus 3. And you're like, okay, well, there's a tactical angle to that, I guess.
He didn't do it just to send a message.
Yeah, he did it because he knew that it would make people mad enough that they would walk into a disadvantageous fight. And he does seem upset that he has to go to a fight that is disadvantageous to him.
Yeah. Then I guess I wait for Eloise to scooch out of the booth because I sat down first.
Oh, sorry. Scooch.
Yeah, and then I head out.
Mr. Caldwell, sorry to bother you. I know you're reading. Why'd you say that it felt like you were saying bad things about our friends in the general store? Were you?
Well, I assume they knew who you came here to talk to. And I have to imagine that they didn't want to see me. Gunslingers, they tend to rub certain people the wrong way.
Okay. So, because you think they were judging you, you judged them?
Might be.
Okay. Thanks.
See you when you're ready.
Will
Don't
you
take
bring
too
that
long.
I would read it when you're done.
He looks down, looks at you, takes like the last page because they're kind of like perforated, rips it out, hands you the rest of the paper.
I take it. Thank you.
Of course.
Bye. I like scary what?
Takes his beer, sips it.
I wait until we clear the saloon. I like him so much. He's not scary at all. He's very nice. I mean, like, other than killing people, but everybody does that around here, I guess. I mean, like you do, and I like you, so it's just like he just didn't even. It was. What'd you think?
Not quite what I expected. It's not that far from what I expected. But it's not quite what I expected.
Mm.
I guess when you only ever hear stories of a group, right? They become a thing in your mind before you know anyone in it.
Sure. Yeah, but some people are real afraid of gunslingers. There's a lot of people who are afraid of gunslingers. So I imagine even some gunslingers are afraid of gunslingers because, the whole we follow our own laws thing.
Yeah, usually, in my experience, they tend to sort of fall on the same side of things. It's all the differences are how they get there, right?
Sure. Like the guy still ends up dead, but maybe you tried to talk him down first.
Yeah, I mean, I've never been there exactly, but yeah, I tried to understand.
No, I think he's nice.
I don't know if I'd call him nice, but I think we can trust him.
Maybe that. I don't have anything else to say. I just thought it was nice. And then you were like, maybe he's not nice. And I was like, oh, maybe he's nice. And then you were like, no. And I was like, okay, I trust you. And then I trust him because you trust him too.
I mean, you don't have to
I
be
think 5 on
nice to be worthwhile.
yours is like fine, right? As long as there's not some crazy, like last time with the monster. They couldn't turn into another monster, right? Also, I've never met an indentured, and we just make
Yeah.
it to
You cross the nice bridge over to the All Things General Store. Porter and Gus, you've been in the All Things General Store for a minute. The shopkeep is a relatively young woman, like mid-20s, you'd put her at. And it's a small shop. Like the Waypoint General Store is claustrophobic, but not small. It has a lot of stuff. It is a large building. This is a small building. And it's got like a couple like shelves with some stuff and supplies. And then it has a little countertop with a glass display that has a few other things on display there, some nicer materials and supplies. And then a couple shelves behind the counter, and then like a door, like a beaded curtain that leads back into maybe a stock room or something like that. And this woman looks up. She's like seems to be filling out a ledger, and she looks up and like clicks her pen and goes, "Oh, howdy," and shuts the ledger and leans on the table.
Hello there.
People
Porter
from out of
Janus.
town. I'm Whitney. What would you say your name was, sir?
Porter Janus. Pleased to meet you, Whitney.
Porter Janus. And your name, sir?
I'm Gus. Nice to meet you, Whitney.
A weight seems to come off her shoulder. He goes, Porter and Gus. All right. Howdy. How are you doing? Did you come into town with anybody?
Oh, just a couple of friends of ours. I'm sure we'll be meeting up with them and possibly taking off again. But before that, I was wondering if, first of all, may I say this is a charming store. I love the setup you got here. That beaded curtain. It's a nice touch.
Oh, thank you. The door broke, so we just went ahead and we needed something up there to make it so people weren't, goosenecking their way over to try and see what's going on. Your friends, they have names. They gonna be visiting general store as well.
Far as I know, but yes, they've got names. I'm sure they'd love to introduce themselves. It's Dex and Eloise.
All right, Dex, Eloise, Porter, and Gus. Fantastic. How can I help you?
We were just wondering, we're a little low on fuel, and we were hoping possibly there's something that in this fine establishment you've been short on that I could perhaps trade for some.
Oh, a merchant, traveling merchant. Well, you chose a strange time to come through town, but I do have a fuel cube if you got something for trade.
Strange as in the those
yeah, I suppose you probably saw
I noticed
what's
yeah.
been
Yeah,
weird.
They wouldn't stop looking at me.
Oh,
I got that feeling too.
that's quite morbid. I get that they are unnerving. They won't be up there for too much longer, or that's what Mr. Caldwell says. But we can go ahead and get you sorted out, and if it ain't too far out of your way, I would suggest continuing down the road to Waypoint. Might just be a spot of trouble coming into town. Nothing to worry about. Nothing that we can't handle. But ain't the best time to be visiting. So I'm happy to get you a fuel cube, get you on your way.
Oh,
Cheers.
what's coming into town?
Well, you may have noticed I was particularly keen to learn your names. That's because Mr. Caldwell gave me a list of names of people that I needed to warn him if they came into town. You ain't those people, so it's all right. He's just got some people he's got to take care of, and then we are A-okay. Again, nothing you need to worry about yourself. This is actually a bit out of the norm for Spring Mills, so I suggest coming back a couple weeks and we can go ahead and have it's a nice, sweet town to stay in over for a weekend or so. But just not this weekend is not the weekend you want to be here.
No. I'm getting that idea, especially if there's going to be more of those lads hanging out there. I wouldn't want to get in the way of Mr. Caldwell.
Right. I mean, I was only going to be open for another hour, so I wasn't going to stay open too long. I just wanted to be here in case anyone in town needed something. I wasn't expecting people from out of town. But I suspect we can get you all squared away. What is it you have that you'd like to trade?
Well, I've got a few things. I've got some projectile ammo if you're in the business for it. I've got a couple of toxins and tonics. I don't know how much of a need you might need for that, but I've got some antitoxins, a healing tonic, little finesse tonic.
Well, I mean, antitoxin and healing tonics would go a long way in a town like this. We don't have a doctor ourselves, so.
Oh no.
Yeah, more often than not, if someone's injured, we load them up in a wagon and ride them over to Waypoint, and they are seen by Dr. Caldwell there, or not Caldwell, Cochran. But having some on hand, I mean, that could be a lifesaver. That could be a difference between someone making it and someone not. So. I mean, if they ain't too, I don't want to do you dirty or nothing, but if they aren't too strong healing or antitoxin, I mean, I'd take 3 of them for whatever you have to offer. I'd take them for a fuel cube, and I mean, if you needed like a machinery cube or 2 to go along with that, I'd be happy to part ways with that as well and make it a little more clean.
And ma'am, if it helps, if you need anything like lifted or chopped or split or dug or plowed or hoed or put up or taken down, or like a few other things, I can do that for you real quick if that helps. Then if you got like any sort of like treat, like a cookie or I don't know, something to throw in.
I mean, look, I don't need any labor or nothing. Anything I'd have you do would be like a week's worth of work, and that kind of goes against the things I was saying before.
About
Right.
trying to get out of town, right?
But
Yeah.
I do have some licorice. I could throw that in with the fuel cube if you want some licorice.
Yeah, and if you got a door, I could maybe put it up.
Well, I don't have a door per se. I mean, look, door being broke ain't a new thing. That was about 8 months ago. We just kind of got used to the curtain. So I ain't hurting for that. If I needed a door, I could whip a door up together if it really was a bother to me. But ain't too drafty around here. So but yeah, sure. Go ahead and grab yourself a fistful of licorice, and I'll get that fuel cube. If you can just get the tonics for me to take a look at real quick, I'd like to inspect them before I buy them. You seem like a nice fella, but always worth checking and making sure that we're making a fair trade.
Well, I think you'll find everything in order here. In fact, a machinery cube and perhaps maybe a couple of machinery cubes wouldn't go amiss. And I'll show her 3 tier 2 healing tonics and 1 tier 2 antitoxin.
They're tier 2, you say? What's their quality?
They're all excellent quality. I don't shirk on my duties.
And that's why Porter owns this general store now.
All Porter's Things General Store.
It's called All Porter Everything.
All Porter all the time.
Yeah,
Porter's
she
corner.
she goes back through the beaded curtain as you get your tonics and you line them up. And she comes back out with a fuel cube, sets it on the counter, looks at the tonic and goes, "Well, I'll be damned. Do you mind?"
Oh, please take a look.
She takes a look, holds it up, and then pulls out from like a drawer behind her, like a pretty rudimentary, low quality med kit, and uses it like with the like sticks a needle in and like looks at some readings off of one of the tonics, and then pulls the needle out of the cork and goes, "Well, sir, I don't mean to do you wrong. How many machinery cubes was it you was looking for?"
Oh, if I could get, I'd say 3 machinery cubes. Do you think you could spare 1 more fuel cube?
Doing my math and I'm messing it up. She thinks on it for a second and goes, "Well, these all this quality." She goes and like reaches for the antitoxin.
Oh, of course.
You can go ahead and roll manipulate at a plus 4.
Not bad. And this is my first impression, right?
Yes.
Should I try to help, or are you rolling at like 17s already?
Yeah, I am. See, you said +4,
Mhm.
so I'm actually rolling at 18s.
Okay, so 18, 19, and 20 still fails. But if I were to like bamboozle you, for instance, I would have to bamboozle you an additional time for it to matter because your target is 17. And you are up against a 7.
Ooh. Okay. I have as the aggressor, I have 4 hits over a 7.
I can absolutely trade you a fuel cube, sir. Not a problem whatsoever. You
I
sure
do
it's only
appreciate
you
that.
sure it's only 3 machinery cubes? I don't want to leave you in a lurch, sir. I mean, look, I don't know where it is you come from. Obviously, some kind of factory town or whatnot. But this is higher quality stuff than we are used to seeing around here. So, I'll go ahead and take these. She says, like kind of like pulling them over, and then she like starts putting together some machinery cubes for you. And how many? You said 3 machinery cubes.
3.
So she puts together 3 machinery cubes, goes in the back, grabs an extra fuel cube, and comes out with a tech cube. And sets all that down and goes, "That seems about fair. How about how do you think, sir? You pleased with this transaction?" She reaches out her hand.
Liquor's still okay?
"You can take the whole bottle if you like."
Thank you.
A town like this, you have to travel a whole day and a half just to get to Doc Cochran. I'll take the tech cube. Yeah, absolutely.
She shakes your hand, and you and Gus step out of the general store as Dex and Eloise are approaching. Gus with 2 fuel cubes over one arm, and then another arm holding like kind of like in the elbow, like just like baskets that have like machinery and tech parts in it. And then one of his hands is holding a big glass jar with the lid off of it that is about half full with licorice, and his other like fist is closed around some licorice that he is like,
I want some. Y'all want some licorice?
How did you get all this stuff?
Well, let's just say I make a fine tonic.
Cool.
Did a sleep tonic and we robbed the place. I'm
What?
just kidding. Don't shoot us. Oh, I shouldn't say that too loud. The gunslinger's around.
Oh no, he's pretty nice. You'll like him, I think.
Oh. So nothing to worry about then, I say, pointedly kind of looking at Dex.
Oh no, well he still needs us to go kill people.
Right, okay.
With him though. Not
Bad
on
people,
like
I
a
hope.
The 2 hanging in town are part of a gang. The hope with that, I like nod in that direction, was to piss the rest of them off so much they come into town, but guess that didn't work. So now we're going to them.
Yeah, Whitney in the store. Oh, she's so sweet. She said that she thought they might be coming into town. But I guess if we go get them, then they don't get here and everything stays safe. That'd be good. That'd be nice.
Great. Well, let's get it all packed up. Go tell Caldwell we're ready to go.
You want a couple strips?
Nah, I'm good.
All right, that's good.
I don't like licorice.
I didn't
What?
think I did either.
Yeah, the four of you are able to return to your vehicles outside the Water Wheel Saloon, load up the supplies that Porter was able to acquire, and does someone go in to let Caldwell know that?
I'll go.
I'll go with Eloise.
Okay, so the two of you walk back in. Caldwell is talking to the bartender, setting down his like empty pint. He looks over to you and go, "You ready to drift?"
All set?
All right then. And as he walks out, he goes over to like the hat rack and pulls a hat off of it. It's a lighter hat, but like on his right side, it's pinned up out of the way. And he steps out. And Porter and Gus, you see this man stepping out with these exquisite guns on his hip, large, tough looking trench coat, kind of like flowing behind him, pinned up on the right side. And he like just from under the brim of his hat regards the both of you with those steely ice blue eyes, like squinting them at you.
I think I need a manipulate roll just to avoid like not meeting his eyes and looking sketchy.
That, my good friend, is not a manipulator roll.
No, it's not.
That, my good friend, is a blend roll.
That's a blend roll. That's a
What he
blend roll.
said stands. He needs a manipulator.
You are correct.
Okay. In that case, I need to bamboozle him 4 times.
4 times. That puts you down to 3 and puts me up to 14.
Bamboozle.
I get blend boozled.
It is a first impression, though.
It is. And because I'm so bamboozled, you're up against a 3.
Gosh.
I beat you with a 3.
You know what's really funny is I still have to spend 2 grit to play to the gallery so I can count this 7.
Oh my god.
My lord. Because it's the only dice that I can count are a 1 and a 7 now that I spent grit.
All right, Porter, you're down to 1 grit. That
Nailed
did
it.
not take long at all. But what, you have 1 success?
Yes, one whole success.
One net success. He regards the two of you as he walks up.
7 explodes now that you've played to the gallery.
This is true.
Oh, you know what? That's right, doesn't it?
Oh, you got to roll something between a 3 and a 7.
There's a lot of numbers between 7 and 3.
And 5 is one of them.
Hey! Porter gets 2 net successes. He walks up, regards the two of you, and goes, "Alistair Caldwell, pleasure to make your acquaintance."
Hi, I'm Gus. I'm Gus Gurley. You want some licorice?
No, thank you, Mr. Gurley.
All right. Nice to meet you.
Porter Janus. Pleasure.
Mr. Janus. I assume you've been informed we are going up against 3 particularly dangerous individuals. I don't know what kind of defenses they may have at their hideout. I was hoping to avoid engaging with them there, but I am not interested in letting them continue their journey elsewhere. So I say we ride through the night and take them by surprise. You four ready to go?
I take one of my projectile, just the regular projectile ammo, slam it into the thing, cock it, and say, "What are we waiting for?"
Good man. And he raises his hand to his mouth, lets out a sharp whistle, and from around behind the saloon, a horse trots and steps directly to his side without him looking, stopping like right at his shoulder, and like goes like.
Gus takes out his car keys and he hits a button, and the car's like beep beep. It unlocks.
And Caldwell grabs the stirrup and leaps up onto the horse. And with a bit more finesse than you would expect a man of his age to be able to achieve. He gives you a nod as you all kind of load into your vehicles, and he leads the way as he spurs his horse on.
Please, Tommy. I expect this man to have a tremendous amount of finesse.
Yes.
Probably in the 8 to 10 range if I had to put a number on it.
On a scale of 2 to 10, I would expect this man to at least have an 8. Yeah. And the four of you have some time to talk. He's a little bit ahead of you, and he doesn't like kind of slow down to chat with any of you. He just rides silently ahead of you at a steady pace.
I think so. While we're on the road, or I guess, is anyone trying to talk before we hit the road? Okay. While we're on the road, Gus turns to Dex like, "So, how was he?"
Seems fine. It's very straightforward. Said he knows someone he can send us to who had a symbol tattooed on his chest. Currently serving sentence as an indentured servant. In exchange for that information, he'd like our help with this.
All right. Okay, cool. And I don't know, Whitney seemed pretty scared of these folks that we're going after, so I guess, so I guess they're bad people, and we can just not talk to them, really.
He said they were murderers. I have no reason to disbelieve him.
All right. Well, then I guess I'll sort of let you do your thing, and I'll also, punch him and stuff. I'll just punch him real good, and I won't try to like hold him or nothing. Just punch him. Just punch him. Drifter. I'm a drifter. It's fine. I'll punch him.
Gus, you don't have to do anything you're not comfortable with.
I don't know. It's just, it's real different. You work on a farm for and you sell some stuff in market. Feel good about the work, and the work lifts your soul. Sometimes when you're drifting, the work lifts your soul. Like when we got the deed back, those women in Waypoint. And sometimes it doesn't. I don't know. I guess it's just life of drifter.
I don't really have anything for you, Gus. I think that's just this life.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'll learn to lift my soul and some other stuff. I don't know. It'll be nice to not have Whitney. She seems so scared. She's so nice. She gave me all that dang licorice. It wasn't even like even before Porter went in and like did his magic. Have you seen that guy? Oh my goodness gracious. She was eating out of the palm of his hand. Even before that, she was letting me have licorice. Not that much, but she was nice. And it'd be nice to have her not so scared about these bad folks. So we're doing a good thing. We're doing a good thing the gunslinger way.
Like I said, Gus, don't do anything you don't believe in.
I'll give it a try. Maybe I could be a gunslinger. Who knows?
If you wanted to, it'd be a lot of work. I don't think you'd like it.
Yeah, probably not. Is there any gunslingers that don't use guns where you just punch and stuff?
No. That's a different thing. You're talking about a boxer.
I guess, but you don't meet a lot of boxers who are like, I must stamp out evil wherever I see it. Usually they're like, yeah, I got a fight coming up on Thursday. Come on out, bring the kids.
Sure. So you're talking about a boxer with purpose.
Yeah, a boxer with purpose. I like that. Be a boxer with purpose. I like that.
Yeah, Dex, the closest you can think of is you can't recall the name of them, but there is a gunslinger guild, another one of the larger ones, that is one of the more prevalent ones, or at least one of the more integrated into society ones, because they believe in like the rule of law in a different way than a lot of other gunslingers. And because of that, they are oftentimes employed as protective details for like people of import, either like politicians or philanthropists or anyone who's particularly important. And usually it's they like when they have like they don't take like just contracts. You know that part about them. They like any gunslinger, they decide who they're going to save. But because of their particular line of work, right, where they work more within society's rules than other gunslingers, they use a lot more non-lethal techniques than other gunslingers, including like hand-to-hand combat. But oftentimes a lot just non-lethal bullets in there.
Yeah, it's like they use a lot of non-lethal ammunition, if I'm really thinking.
Yeah. But like they also do some martial arts too.
They know how to grapple somebody.
Yeah, but then also they shoot them a bunch in the chest with they do like friggin' Keanu Reeves, but like with non-lethal bullets.
Gun fu.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're sort of like
character. Here I come, baby.
They're sort of a secret protective service. I don't really remember the name of the guilds.
Eloise and Porter, you two are in the wagon, following the trail behind this gunslinger. Just the two of you alone together.
Oh, I'm really glad you broke that silence. This is the longest time that I've heard you not talk in quite a while.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, that's not a bad thing. I love listening to you talk. I mean, you know, I like it's good.
Mm,
But you're okay. I mean,
yeah.
and this guy is. I'm surprised he came out of there so excited about him, I guess.
Oh, I think he's great.
But he's a gunslinger, which
Sure.
means especially a more gunslinger than Dex. That puts me a little bit on edge, no matter how nice he is.
Oh. Right. No, he just makes me like comfortable.
Huh. Fair enough.
He kind of reminds me of somebody I used to know who like made me feel real safe, that I kind of miss a little bit. And sometimes, not often. And Yeah, he's got sort of that same like, do what you have to do. I'm gonna do this, and then you go that way, and this is what you do when something happens, and like very like you know he's got he reminds me of somebody I used to know who was like one of the only good spots in like that I still think about. So
Is this someone from Ion Harbor?
yeah, yeah, um, yeah. He was like my like other dad a little bit.
I understand that. I've had a couple of other dads in my life, I suppose.
I really only had like my one dad and then
Mhm.
that guy who was like I don't know why I'm hiding it. It's so weird. He was like so my family was like kind of really well off and so like
I wouldn't have guessed.
he shush your mouth. And and yeah, and he was sort of like in charge of my safety and like we were kind of friends. I mean, I know he was like paid to be around me, but like we were friends, sort of.
Right.
And then I sort of accidentally got him fired,
Oh no.
which precipitated a lot of different things in my life, and it was kind of my fault. Um. Anyway, they have the same sort of like gruff, gruff pragmatism.
What was his name?
Oh. Um.
Sorry, should I not have asked?
No, no. Of course you should. It's weird that
No, I
no.
I
I
know
just
you don't like talking about your past. I understand that. I'm
no.
I'm
It's
just
fine.
interested. That's all.
Sure. Yeah. No, I get it. I just um. I just like for ugh, um.
No, it's okay.
No,
It's
no. It's fine. It's like I haven't even told you my name, so it's weird to give his name, my old name.
I hadn't even thought of that. Yeah, I guess that's true.
It's sort of like I'm like working my way towards that door.
Okay.
Okay. Anyway, that's why I think that's why I like him so much. He's just sort of like he never let anything happen.
I hope that Mr. Caldwell is the same type of person in that way as well.
I don't know. He feels like it. Anyway, it's so dumb. I shouldn't just like trust him. But Dex did say we could trust him at least to like not lie to our faces.
If he lies to our faces, I'm pretty sure I'll be able to tell.
I won't.
I hope. I'll tell you if he does.
Okay. Um. Did you want to tell me anything? Not that you had to.
What do you mean?
What? Nothing.
No, what was there something? I'm
No.
sorry. Was there something we were supposed to talk about?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
And I think we continue most of the rest of the ride in that same awkward silence we started on.
Night falls. You keep riding a little bit through the night, and then at a certain point, Caldwell like gestures for you to pull to the side of the road. Nearby, like some kind of hilly and rocky terrain. And he leads you into a spot where you can kind of like park your vehicles. And he like sets down, lashes the horse to like a stake in one of the rocks. and like feeds it a little bit, and takes out like a bucket like that folds out, sets it down, and like pours like all of his water canteen in the bucket, and the horse like drinks some of the water. And then he turns back, kind of dusting himself off, and goes, "All right, from here we should move on foot. It's going to be a little bit of a trek, but I can't risk them having us being aware that we're coming. The best chance we have is to take them by surprise. I know there's 5 of us and 3 of them, but they ain't someone to be taken lightly."
Okay.
And you sure
away.
you 4 are all up to this particular murder mission?
Murder missions are my specialty.
I think even if Porter pulls it off, Eloise makes a weird face.
Yeah, Porter, go ahead and roll a manipulate at a -4 because
Alright.
your party, at least Eloise, and I think maybe probably Gus. And I don't want to speak for Dex because Dex has more
I
control.
mean, so Dex has really bad blend.
Sure.
I think the only hope that Dex has of people not being able to read him is like disciplining his way to like, I don't know what's going on there. It's off-putting, but I don't know why or about what.
To be fair, Gus was making a face from murder mission, so the face was already there.
-4, you say?
Yep.
Okay.
And you are up against an 11.
The thing is, Seth, is at some point you're gonna have to shoot this gun you've brandished so handily.
You're not wrong. I probably. Okay. Yeah, that's a high of 5 with no hope for anything better.
Cool. So he got 3 successes over you. So you say that, and he looks at you and goes, "Son, I know you ain't mocking me. I have the terrible feeling you're trying to impress me. And it ain't worth your time. If you can handle yourself in a fight, you move out from here. If you can't handle yourself in a fight, you sit in this wagon and you wait for us to come back. As we go out there, you could die. That's not my responsibility, that's yours."
I can handle it.
All right. Well, let's head on forward. Keep low, keep quiet. We'll have a pretty good vantage point on the hideout. You won't be able to miss it. Well, as long as you know what you're looking for. It's a cellar underneath a broken down home from years ago. The house is mostly gone, but the foundation's still there, so keep an eye out for that. Stands out quite a bit.
All right.
All right. And he pulls out his gun and moves along the way.
I like go to follow him. I just pat Porter on the shoulder. And I don't say anything, and I follow Caldwell.
I let whoever goes next go next, and I follow them so that I'm like not too close to him, but not all the way at the back.
I think Gus goes next. He's like, "All right, we're gonna fight. I can do that. I'm comfortable here."
And that gives Porter a chance to look back at Eloise like,
Eloise just gives you a silent thumbs up.
Yeah. Since I'm all the way in the back, I'm probably gonna take out my shield now.
Sure.
And turn on my oh, I have to roll for
Yeah,
my
your armor. Yeah. If you're bringing your armor into this fight, you have to roll a maintenance test for your armor to see if it's acting up.
Is it high or low?
It's low.
Because low's real bad. Okay. That's good. That's good. That's good. Okay. Phew. It was a 7.
Yep, you're good.
Yeah, and then activate my night vision goggles.
Yeah, so Eloise gives you the thumbs up, Porter, and then like activates her shield, and then her armor like constructs around her, and then like her little like face mask like constructs around her, and the like the eyes like light up as her night vision goggles turn on.
Even my armor sounds cute.
She has a full-on anime like magic girl like transition.
Yeah.
And yeah, you continue on the way in silence. As you're walking a little bit, Caldwell does kind of slow down enough for you to walk alongside him, Dex. And he goes, that Janus fella seems a little squirrely, wouldn't you say?
He's never met a full gunslinger. The only one he's ever met is me. And like you said yourself, Wardens are a bit of a different breed.
Right. He looks back and gestures like as you guys kind of get to like a spot where like some of the terrain kind of breaks in 2 different paths. And he gestures to, I guess it's Gus, and makes eye contact with Porter and Eloise as he gestures with his hand to like for the 3 of you to go one way while he and Dex goes the other. And then he like goes to the left as he gestures for everyone else to go towards the right. And then says to you, Dex, as you get like a little bit away. So like you're not like completely away from your team. You're just slightly separated from. And he goes, "That ain't what I'm talking about, kid."
Been in life and death situations before with him. He's at my back every time.
All right. Well, if you trust him in a fight, that's good enough for my purposes. But down the road, you may have to square with him at one point or another.
If it comes to that, you don't need to worry.
Fair enough. Your business is yours, as long as it doesn't affect mine.
Not a chance.
And you move on a little bit further and then reconvene as a group, continue in silence for a little while longer, and you get to a ledge kind of overlooking a relatively like large stretch of like flat land. And you can see as you stop there quite a ways ahead of you, like maybe 80 to 100 yards away from you. There's the foundation of a home long since destroyed and retaken by the elements, but you can still kind of see it there. And because you know what you're looking for, you see kind of etched out a little more cleanly than the rest of the house from the terrain around it is a kind of angled cellar door.
Okay, so it's not like perfectly flat between us and them. There.
The terrain between here and there is pretty flat. It's like flat, arid badlands.
Oh, okay.
And that kind of continues all around. Actually, you get the sense that like this hideout has the advantage of having extremely good sight lines in multiple directions because of like there's not like these hills are like the closest bit of terrain that's not like hard flat land. And it kind of, from this angle you're looking, the Badlands stretches out a long way ahead of you, way past this cellar, way on for a while before you kind of see the outlines of some plateaus and mountains and mountainous terrain way off in the distance.
And we're all on this ledge?
Yeah, you've all reconvened kind of, and there's some rocky terrain that you can take cover behind there. But it is beyond extreme range for this between here and the cellar.
All right. Kidding. Never mind. I don't have any plans.
As he posts up there, he kind of casually lays down. He still has his gun in hand. One thing that kind of strikes your attention for a moment, so any one of the three of you who think you might notice this, is that you've been with Dex for a while, and you've only seen him draw his gun when he fires it. You've never seen him just carry his gun the way this gunslinger carries his gun. And he kind of kneels down, drapes his arm over his knee, and kind of surveys the terrain. He goes, "All right, novitiate. What's your plan?"
Yeah, I will survey the terrain. Can I mechanically survey the terrain? I'm very good at survival.
So the problem is, because of how basic the landscape is, there's not a lot survival can get you. You could roll survival, but I think it would be at a -6 to notice anything that's particularly useful. Otherwise it would be observe at normal nighttime negatives, so -2. It's not super cloudy tonight.
Okay, I'll roll observe then. I have night vision goggles.
Cool.
They're standard quality, so I don't. Sorry, this is the one thing that I don't remember off the top of my head. What standard quality night vision goggles do?
They night vision goggles standard quality will they eliminate the penalty, and I believe they give you a reliability to observe tests in the dark.
Okay.
It's just a +1. You get a +1. So you're rolling at a +1 total.
Okay. I'll spend 2 grit to twist the knife and have 2 hits.
Well, first tell me what your highest is.
Oh, sure. I guess I didn't realize it was. I have a 10.
Okay. You are up against a 13.
Yeah. Okay. Then there's not much I can do.
Okay.
I don't spend grit. You can't have it.
But you did have a 10, right? You said?
Yes, I do have a 10.
Okay. So one thing you kind of get is you don't think there's people. I mean, first off, the terrain would make it really hard, but even with that, you don't think there's people somehow using camouflage or ghillie suits or anything to hide in plain sight. You're pretty sure if these people are here, they're
in the cellar.
They're in the cellar. Or in the hills with you, and that's it. Those are the only two options between here and there and the surrounding area in that open field. There's not someone who's ready to be "Pah!"
How well equipped are these guys? I asked Caldwell.
Well, pretty well equipped as far as bandits go. They've been at it for a long time. That's what made them catch my eye. Real sons of bitches. Peters is a well-known arsonist. Garcia is a thief of disturbing talent. And, Paulina Erickson's the most cold-blooded killer I've crossed in about 5 years. Paulina sports a pretty well-maintained double-barrel rifle. Peters uses a heavier firearm with a grenade tube. He has a thing for incendiary explosives. And, Garcia, he's a dead-eye with knives, close range or far range. Don't make a difference to him, though I suppose he prefers close range.
Well, seems like either someone sneaks up and lures them out, or we sneak right into the middle.
Well, which one of you wants to go first?
I like start stealthily moving up to the cellar door.
Can I also roll observe?
Absolutely, yeah. If you want to try and like scan for anything, any signs of danger or anything at all.
Okay, this is gonna sound weird, and I thought about it, and then you said that he's like an arsonist and bomb guy,
Mhm.
like grenade guy, and it's a big, long, flat area, and it kind of reminds me of the DMZ. So can I look at the terrain to see if it's gonna explode?
Sure,
That's so dumb.
sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll. We'll call this observe at a -6.
Okay. That's not very good. Oh wait. I go it strong.
There we go.
You get to
there
roll
we
first.
go.
You do get to roll first, but I will get ready to remove your grit.
So you have
Oh,
night vision goggles, don't
I
you?
do. Yeah.
Yeah,
do.
that's
They're
why it's a
excellent quality.
-6.
Yeah, that's what I figured. You
Oh.
built that in, but
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I do go it strong. And
Um,
then I
That's
Oh.
three grit, right?
yeah.
Cool. You're down to 9, Eloise.
And then I'm gonna play to the gallery
Hmm?
to count this 13.
Oh, you're gonna play to the gallery as well. Right? You're down to 7.
I know you have like 17 grit. You're gonna kill us with it, but like
I am at 17 grit.
hey. Okay. So I have a 13, a 4, and a 9.
Okay. 13, 4, and 9, 3 successes.
Was I going up against it?
No, for this particular test, it was an unopposed with a heavy negative, as opposed to an opposed test.
Okay. So it's 3 then.
Okay. Dex doesn't get very far, as mostly Dex like kind of gets in the position to make it clear that he intends to be the one who goes first, as he kind of like moves forward and around the terrain and kind of surveys for a little bit. And Eloise, you kind of move up to get a better like lay of the land, and you notice that this terrain is tamped in certain spots. It's extremely well hidden. It's not recently tamped.
Okay. Maybe it's not what I thought.
But it is tamped in certain spots. And you can kind of tell it by just like you notice that like there's not like a distinct trail or anything through here, but the way that like things have like the natural like kind of breeze has gone, you've noticed like, wait a second, because you're looking specifically for like mounds. You notice it's been tamped, and the spots where it's tamped are just slightly like maybe half an inch to 1 inch taller than the surrounding area. And you think there's a pretty decent chance that there's stuff buried between here and there, because once you notice it, you see it a bunch.
Okay. I guess I will run up to not run obviously, but sort of like Dex. Wait.
I turn to look at you.
Okay, cool. Hi. So do I thought I had a thing, but I guess I don't. Okay, maybe I don't. So I think there's like I think they buried things in the ground. I don't know if it's like I don't know what they are, but like if you look, you can see the little buttons, like little raised cut parts.
Great. I assume once Eloise points them out, I can see them.
Yep, absolutely.
I don't know if they're like I don't know, but I wouldn't go just walking in. They might be like sensors. I hope they're not just tons of bombs.
From here to the cellar door, is that a shot I think I could make?
It would be a very, very hard shot. Probably with your firearms. For somebody who wasn't, you have night vision goggles, so that helps a bit. Taking into account your night vision goggles, which gives you a +1 and negates negatives based on darkness, you'd probably be rolling at a -7. That's including your +1 from night vision.
I could maybe go see if what they are with like one of the close ones.
I turned back to Caldwell. I think I can hit that shot. You think you can hit that shot?
Well, might be. I ain't a target yet.
Wait until there is. They're sitting in the middle of a minefield with nowhere to go and open ground as far as the eye can see.
All right. I smell licorice. Well, if I'm posting up for the night, I'll need a bite.
Yeah, I got not as many as I thought. Yeah, I got a few.
He like takes a stick of it and like sets up against a rock, leans against it, takes a bite of licorice and goes, "You let me know when you see something," and pulls his hat down over his nose.
I will get the machinery cube that I own, the one that I have to my name, and hand it to Eloise. Can you turn this into binoculars?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. No, here. Oh yeah. Binoculars.
Great. I wait.
Are you sure? We don't know that it's actually like it could be sensors or it could be a variety of things. I could just go down and I could like look. What if I could clear a path to them?
Here's the way I see it. Even if we can walk up to them, they're in a cellar that they've occupied for some time. As far as I can tell, one way in and out. That's a bad spot to be if you're trying to get in.
What if
But
I look over
the
at
middle
like
of an
Porter? I look over at Porter and Gus and like lower my voice and like, what if we're not trying to get in? If those are grenades. Only the grenades have to get in? It's a problem and I wanted to solve it. It's not real honorable or nothing.
I'm not concerned about that. My thought is trying to get to them gives them all the power in the world they need to hold that spot. But the second they step out, they're in the middle of an open field, as flat as far as the eye can see, surrounded by mines, with two gunslingers staring at them.
Sure, unless they have a second exit that they've dug into the hills. I don't see like a car or a horse or nothing. So they'd have to trek just as far as we did every time they wanted to go rob somebody. Right? If that was my hideout,
Let's go
I-
find it.
okay. I don't know where to look.
Pretty good in the wilderness.
Okay. I'm not.
I know.
Okay.
I will take the binoculars and I will tap Caldwell on the shoulder.
He like lazily pushes up the brim of his hat with one finger and goes, "You see something?"
Not yet, and I hand the binoculars to him. Eloise at a good point. There's no tracks for anything in or out of that cellar. You think they walked to Spring Mill every time?
No, I think they're crafty individuals. Smart enough to have an exit plan of some kind. He takes the binoculars and goes, "You get on that. I'll whistle if I need you."
All right.
And he leans up against another rock and like looks with the binoculars. And has pushed his hat back and went immediately from being like, "I'm an old man who's gonna take a nap," to being like, "I'm back on the job." With like no like there was no gradient in between. He was like a tired old man and it immediately is like, "All right, I'm ready to sit here with these binoculars for 12 hours."
Yeah. I would like to attempt to track down alternate exits to the cellar. I have unique experience with destroyed homesteads.
I have a specialization in
I have a
broken
specialization in traumatic childhood memories regarding destroyed homesteads.
Yeah, so you're gonna go through the hills. This would be a survivor roll, I think. We will
Cool.
put it at a -6. It's unopposed.
Does my survival kit help with this?
Yes.
Cool.
And Porter and Gus, you're staying there with Caldwell? Or are you going with
yeah.
Eloise and Dex?
I'm staying with Caldwell. How many machinery cubes would I need to make a gas grenade?
Well, it might take you, well, it depends on how long you're there for.
Right.
But a gas grenade is going to be, yeah, so it's a class 3 item, so you can't make it. You would need more than you could well, you can't flashback because you don't have any grit.
Nope.
I will say, Eloise, you get +1 grit from Argat Lam.
Yay. I told you I'd spend it.
Yeah, so Porter, that's gonna, just so you know, gas grenade would be 5 machinery cubes, 2 tech cubes, and 1 first aid cube. It's a class 3 item though, so every roll takes about 3 days.
Right. All right, that's fine.
Unless you have an Omni tool, in which case it's just a day and a half per roll.
No, that makes sense.
If you cut corn, nope, it's still not enough. Never mind.
Oh no, that's fine.
So I will spend 3 grit to go at strong. I have 3 successes.
Okay. So you and Eloise start canvassing the terrain that where like any hidden entrances could be. You go slow, you go careful, and you go by the light of the moons. And as you it takes you a handful of hours, we'll say about 4 to 5 hours of time to slowly make your way through all the terrain that kind of surrounds this hemisphere from there. Because I assume you don't want to go out into the flatlands and look for like hidden spots. Because you want to remain in cover.
Defeat the purpose
Yeah.
of their secret entrance.
And at a certain point, Dex, about for like 4.5 hours in, you spot a trail. And you realize it's relatively fresh and it's people, not animals. You're like, okay, this is something. So you start following that and you kind of like zero it in and narrow it in. And you come down around this bend where there's this rocky outcropping, and because the trail leads you in there and you both have night vision goggles, you're able to see into the shadows, and really well hidden because of the way that the rock formation is there is a door, a big metal door with a large like lever hatch like mechanism for opening that is built into this kind of rock formation out of sight.
Is there any way to tell if it's locked, or is it just like a big lever on the side of a door?
You'd have to get closer. Right now, you're kind of seeing it from afar, right? Being cautious, and you've spotted it.
Okay.
You'd have to get closer to inspect it to see if it's like locked or anything like that. Porter and Gus, you've been sitting with Caldwell, who has just been sitting there almost stationary. And if you couldn't see his eyes about 2 inches away from the binoculars, you would think maybe he had fallen asleep because he is totally stationary, just sitting there with like one leg up and the other leg like extended, just like leaning against a rock and watching the cellar with the binoculars. And every once in a while, like you see he has the binoculars in a way where he can look through them at the cellar, like at the like foundation of the home, but also can like move his eyes around to like scan the surrounding terrain in his field of view.
I think Porter's not like looking over his shoulder, but he's kind of sitting nearby, looking in the same direction. And then every once in a while, he just like takes a bite of licorice.
I think in unison.
After a little bit of that, he lets out a slight sigh and goes, "It don't do us no good if we're all looking in the same spot, boys."
That's a fair point, right? Do you go this way?
Yeah, I can look that way.
That I could probably. Well, I'll look that way. He'll look that way. That just makes the most sense.
He doesn't look away from the binoculars at all. He goes, "Appreciate it."
Yeah, anytime. Oh, wait.
Eloise and Dex, you've found a door.
Okay. Should we? I could maybe take a look at it if you think it.
If there's anything you can do quietly, worth it.
I can try.
Okay.
And if it's loud, then we go, I guess.
If you think it's gonna be loud,
I don't know.
it.
I mean, just in case. Just, I was
Okay.
just, because there's a lot more. There's more than one outcome.
Right. No, it felt important to clarify.
No, I understand. Okay. So, this big door, is it? What? Can I look at it?
Absolutely. You want to inspect this door and try to discern all of its functionality? That's going to be a
Yeah.
-6 machinery test or a -8 technology roll.
Okay. And then, does that take my Omni tool into account already?
It does not.
Okay.
Random Jerk gives 1 grit to Porter, saying it's just so low.
Thank you, random jerk.
Okay, cool. So that's minus. Oh, I feel like PAX again. It's a -6.
To machinery and a
To
-8
machinery.
to technology.
Okay, and then I get a +1 in a reroll.
Mhm.
And then it's a -5. And then is this a specialty item or is it covered in any of the +1s with the talents?
No.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to know.
There are some subtlety talents that would
I
help
know,
you
but I
here.
don't even have access to those. Okay. Cool.
God, I remember being Roy Hampton having so much fun. Anytime you'd be like, "Yeah, so this lock, it's a -10. You can't open it. It's unopenable." All right, I got 6 hits. How long does it take me to get through this bad boy?
You do it instantly, immediately. This impossible safe. You're just like, boop.
So 13 minus 5 is 8. Right? Yeah. I
Yes.
get 3. Okay. And another roll. Okay. That is an 8. Okay. That is 4 hits.
Right.
I have an 8, a 6, a 4, and a 2. 2, 4, 6, 8.
Okay. So with 1 success, it is locked. With 2 successes, it will take you a little bit of time. It's like a really good lock. And it will take you, depending on your roll, as long as like 45 minutes to an hour, and as short as like 20 to 30 minutes for you to like bypass this mechanism quietly and like smoothly. It would require it's a pretty hard skullduggery roll, basically. Third thing you get is it is booby trapped. And fourth thing you get is that you can disable that booby trap with a -6 machinery test or a -8 technology roll. As basically you go up to this big like massive hatch. It's like this kind of like lever that is like at an angle with 2 like pistons that you can grab onto and like turn it. And you like look along those mechanisms and you can see like based on the way it's designed, like, okay, this is locked. The only way to unlock it, you find like there's basically like, it's not quite a keyhole as much as it's like a hole for a specific kind of tool to go in and access like the locking mechanism that will allow you to like turn this thing to open it. But then when you're inspecting that with your Omni tool, you basically like set up your Omni tool and you put a couple of emitters on the door and you step back and you pull up your Omni tool and it does like a slight seismic reading of the door. And you find these spots on each corner of the door that are thicker than what they should be because they're not where like hinges or pistons are. And then you like change it to make it like kind of a different kind of like spectrum that you're scanning it with. You see heat signatures on each of those 4 spots. And based on like the shape of them and the like readings you're getting, it looks like this door, if you open it poorly, will explode in a fiery column, like, you know, conflagrating whoever is the person opening the door against its will.
Okay. Well, I can probably get the booby trap untrapped. But
Okay.
I conceptually understand a whole lot about how to open this door. But I'm like middling to average in maybe the execution of it.
Okay.
But I think I'm pretty sure that I can disable this booby trap without getting exploded. Probably.
Scale of 1 to 10, how confident are you?
8.5.
Are you willing to risk your life on 8.5?
Yes. It's
Okay.
like a real cool puzzle though, because you think there's all 4 at the same
At least I
time.
already said
so-
okay.
Okay. But I don't think I can actually open the door.
No, that's okay. I think if you can get the trap and we can get everyone else here, maybe we open this door loud.
So. Oh. Oh. Do you want me to tell them to get over here?
Let's get the trap first.
Okay. Maybe they'll know because it'll explode.
I really hope not.
Okay, so you said it's a -6 machinery?
-6 machinery or -8 technology.
Do I know how many hits I have to get to do it? Or no?
It is an unopposed test.
Okay.
You got a lot of grit. You're fine. Fine.
Fine.
minus 6. Does my Omni tool apply?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Well, I don't
So
think
Tommy,
I
it looks like
immediately.
you incorrectly have me at 10 grit still.
How
I don't.
much grit do you have for realsies?
7.
Sneak a snake. Porter and Gus, you can roll an observe test at a -4 if you like. Or sorry, you don't have night vision goggles. -6.
I think I will play to the gallery. Yeah, I'm gonna play to the gallery. Very fun puzzle. I have 3 hits.
Okay.
I played down to the gallery. It was risky.
While Eloise works on disabling these traps, this is kind of during that, like I said, it was like 4.5 hours. This is that like 4.5 to like 5 or 5.5 hours of time where Dex and Eloise are out and about. I do need everyone to roll an endure test for me because it is getting close to early morning. The sky is getting a little bit lighter. It's still dark, but the sky is getting just a little bit lighter. You have about like an hour or so before it's full like morning sun, like the sun has risen. So you guys basically stayed up overnight. So I need an endure test for how everyone's feeling. Eloise, you basically, you like craft some custom tools specifically for this door, out of your Omni tool, and you like pull them out and you like set them up, and then like you have to disable all 4 explosives at the same time. And so you have like these 4 like tools that you've attached to this door and then are like wired to your Omni tool. And then there's like 4 controls that you like put 4 fingers down on and like move very gently forward. And these little drills start going like into the door to get to the explosives. And like you like watching your readings and like you stop, move forward like a little more and then stop. And then pull them out, and then you remove those devices. Now you have access to the explosives through those small little drill holes. You're able to like run small tools in through each of those little tiny holes to like fully get like access these like kind of like these cords that are able to like move and bend within and like snake around inside there as you kind of like control each of them at a time, like moving one in and moving another one in and adjusting one and then moving another one as you're kind of like interacting with all 4 of these explosives at the same time. How'd everyone do on their endure rolls?
For endure, does a standard quality survival kit help?
No, not unless you have the talent that lets you roll survival instead of endure for fatigue tests.
Okay, second question. When I was at the general store, I did restock my inventory, yes?
Yes.
Right.
I see.
And,
You need grit.
At that time, I accepted a trade for product instead of money, right?
Yes.
Good. Just for Kex, because I want to ask, was an item's usefulness over-exaggerated when I was trying to show off for Mr. Caldwell?
No,
I
your
did specifically
talents
cock my
were
weapon.
over exaggerated. It
All
wasn't
right, that's fine.
it wasn't that your gun is bad, it's that you're bad at using it.
So then I don't feel too bad about spending 2 grit to play to the gallery so I can count these 2 11s.
Okay, so you hit 2 of your triggers, so that means you get 1 grit and everyone gets 2 XP. And then you spend 2 of your 3 grit to play to the gallery. I'm now at 19 grit.
I just wanted to make sure that if I get shot this session, I don't die.
Yeah.
Go ahead and make it 20 grit.
Oh my gosh.
I made my own luck to get 2 hits.
Okay.
Good deal.
So I am now at 20 grit. This is the most grit I've ever had. I gotta All right, and you made your own luck once.
Mhm.
So you're 8. All right, how did everyone do on their endure roll? 4, 2, 3, 2. Okay, you're all okay.
Good.
Staying up overnight seems to be my thing.
You're feeling tired, but the effects of it aren't quite hitting you at this point. You know, the adrenaline, you know that there's dangerous people right over there. You're nearby a field of explosives. Like,
Good.
it's the adrenaline is definitely getting you guys through tonight. No problem. Eloise, you get
Before I do this, I open up my shield again and I take a little like jewelry box. Like it's real little. It's like almost like a little like snappy thing. And I just give it to Dex. And I say, you gotta just hold this in case I explode and die. And then and then I go.
You move your tools in and you clip each one onto the explosives, connecting your Omni tool directly to these 4 explosives, and you basically gain access to them. They have sensors on them, and you've basically used those sensors as a way to access them, and you have control of these explosives now. You can turn them off. Porter and Gus, I asked you a moment ago to roll observe tests. How'd you guys do?
I got a high of 3.
Okay.
And I 8.
Oh. Okay. Gus, you are up against a 7, so that's 1 net success for you.
Yeah.
So you're watching, both of you looking in other directions. Caldwell looking at the kind of in the field of view that leads across the field into where the cellar is. And Gus, you think for a second you're hearing something in the wind and you realize that's not quite right. And then you look up, and just because like the sun is starting to get close to rising and the night sky is not as black as normal, you do notice at first what you think is a bird like coasting through the night, and then you realize the sound you're hearing isn't the wind, it's the sound coming from that. And when you kind of like squint your eyes and like look up a little like more like carefully, you watch its movement and you realize it's not a bird at all. There's a drone that is going like over you and like floating above, and sees you, Caldwell, and Porter as it like coasts overhead at a high altitude, a very high altitude.
Y'all,
As soon as you say y'all and like point, like you don't have time to register it, and Porter, you definitely don't, as you like are turning to like regard Gus with his finger in the air. Like the moment, Porter, you begin to move your vision upward, there's a loud shot, and both of you get this bright flash of like golden fire out of your periphery as Caldwell has drawn and fired his pistol, and the drone that is a good 200 feet above you just shatters in the air. And Dex and Eloise, you hear that gunshot.
Oh.
And I need everyone to roll initiative.
Okay, so we're opening this door then, is what I'm hearing.
Can I guess not. Can I activate Sixth Sense?
You'll be able to do that on your turn.
Then I have to re-roll.
Oh, come on.
I miss all of the initiative talents so bad.
I still can't believe I've made a character that has an initiative of 2 and 7. It hurts so bad.
Yeah.
You should spend your grit to twist the knife when you do initiative.
Well, I have 6 cents. That's the whole point of 6 cents.
You can do both. Porque no los dos.
Because I only have 6 grit left.
Well, all of you are getting 2 more grit because I'm going to twist the knife twice.
Yay.
I also spent 1 grit to play to the gallery or to give me unluck.
Gus only.
Cigarette case. That's what that looks like. I figured it out. The little snappy jewelry box is a cigarette.
Gotcha.
I got there.
Okay. Dex, what did you get?
7.
Gus, what did you get?
7.
Porter, what did you get?
7.
Ooh, winning on slots.
Hey.
Diddling, 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 diddling.
Hattie
Don't worry,
got cherry.
yeah, I did.
And Eloise, what did you get?
3. So I'll
Okay.
see you in another life. Can lean back.
No, not spending any grit. Not gonna
No.
twist the
I'm
knife,
gonna
make your own
spend the-
luck.
No, I'm gonna spend my grit when I roll 6 cents and get enough hits that it'll matter.
Okay. So the first thing that happens is that gunshot rings out, and that broken down house, parts of it break open, and a couple turrets go and pop out and deploy and start shooting up in the direction of Porter, Gus, and Caldwell. Porter and Gus, I need you to roll defense tests. You have medium cover, so you have a +2 to this defense test.
These are wildly successful bandits.
Well, there used to be 5 of them. It's not small.
Porter's got a high of 10.
Oh, well, you're up against a high of 9.
Love that.
Yay! Maybe we'll get to our first date someday.
I got a 13.
The day
Okay,
is steady on.
You have to do it again because there are 2 turrets shooting at you.
Okay.
All I'm saying is I had to play a whole Shadowrun campaign before I got to put turrets on my lawn. So like,
Alright. That's a high of 12.
Isn't that house be close?
Okay, you're up against an 11, Porter. You keep beating him by 1. Now, you remember to take a -1. So you had a +2 and then a -1 because of the additional attack. Okay.
I got a 15.
15. All right, sweet. So those shots ring out. Caldwell, with his gun already in hand, drops to the ground and hugs his cover. Bullets rain out. Like, he's already in cover before the bullets rain out. The 2 of you are still reacting to the gunshot. Then you hear the bullets raining out and are able to duck into cover. Caldwell's already there. Bullets just pepper. So Dex, Eloise, you hear just followed by pretty in quick succession over by where your friends are, which is like a decent distance away from you. And then other things happen out of line of sight. But one thing that happens for sure is you all get a grit as I double down. this is where you see the fact that giving me grit does matter. Because they just get so much grit when I have grit. And nothing bad happens to them at all, ever.
Did I just start rolling my defense test now?
Yes, yes. Both Porter and Gus need to roll defense tests. You basically, your cover is negated by the additional attacks you have sustained at this point.
Sure.
Right.
And you're both up against an 11 again.
Get 2 grit back. Play to the gallery to count both of these 15s.
I had a die that was cocked between 2 and 20. And I was like, I don't have to count that. That's going to be fine. It's just a 2. It's probably nothing. I think I must have just shifted my weight a little bit and it landed on 20. So that's a grave misfire that I'm immediately downgrading because I only rolled an 8, but I'm immediately downgrading it to regular misfire. So
I know I said last week that this house was clean, but much like the film Poltergeist, I was wrong.
It's 3 grit, right, for you to downgrade it with scrape by?
that's right.
Okay, cool. So you only get a normal misfire.
Thank you, Fiddler Undone, and also you random jerk for making this possible.
Oh, that's amazing.
Okay, so you only got an 8, Porter?
Right.
Okay. And Gus, what did you get?
Teens.
15s? So you're fine, Gus. Porter, for your grave misfire. Or no, it's not a grave misfire, it's a normal misfire.
Regular misfire.
Regular misfire. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to add more successes that I have over you. I'm only going to get 1 net success over you. Because that's what I rolled.
Okay.
But this attack is going to break your cover. So you won't have
Right.
cover until you like take an action to find more cover.
That's good because I assume I'm getting attacked immediately after this.
Arget Lom asks in the chat, did Porter ever clear that doomed injury? Which he must have because he has grit now.
I did.
Okay, good. So, Porter, you take 7 damage with 5 armor piercing. Yeah.
Okay. I've never asked this. Can I count my toughness to the armor piercing, or does it have to go to?
Whatever damage is left after you factor in your toughness gets split between hit points and armor based on piercing. So the first thing that happens is I tell you an amount of damage, and then you subtract your toughness from that damage, and then the piercing matters where that damage goes.
That makes sense. Sure. You said 5 piercing, right?
Yes.
That's fine. No, I'm sure it'd be fine.
And then you all, of course, get attacked a second time because there are 2 guns shooting at you and Caldwell.
All right. That's
And now, Porter, you don't have your cover anymore.
right. So that's -3 from my just a regular number, plus another -2 because of my injury.
It should only be a -1, I think, if you've taken 5 hit point damage.
Just -1.
Yeah, it's for every 3 damage you've taken, you take a, like...
Right, and I had 5 piercing, so 5 directly to hit points.
Right, but you need to
You
get...
would have to take 6 to take a -2.
Yeah. It's for every 3 damage you take to hit points, you get a wound penalty. So you've only taken 5 damage, so you only have 1 wound penalty.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that's right. Thank you.
But it's still a -4, Porter.
The way that I have my bar set up, Put it in the wrong place. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
Ooey, that's the big one.
That's hard to interpret in this context.
You're up against a 14.
Okay,
Oof.
it's no longer hard to interpret.
All right. Then that's another grave misfire.
No.
Oh my god! You
Porter!
can't!
I
Porter's
rolled
dead!
20, a 20, a 3, and a 1.
Yikes, dog.
So Fate just said, "Oh, you think you can miss me one session? But fuck you!"
Oh my god.
Incredible.
Gus, how did you do?
Got an 11.
Okay, that takes away my 10. What was your highest, Porter?
Actually, could spend 3 grit to go at strong. Be okay. Worth it? I'll just take the damage. I'm a beefy boy.
Yeah.
What's your highest, Porter?
It's a 3.
Oh, okay. Okay, all right. Well then. For your grave misfire, I will not spend grit as I punch it. So that I can count all of my successes over you.
Do I get to know how many net successes you have before I decide to spend grit?
Yeah, I mean, so my highest over, I only have 1 net success over you.
Okay, then yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, 10 was my second highest, and you eliminated
Cool.
Yeah, Gus, you take 7 damage, 5 of which is armor piercing.
At 4 toughness, I'm alright.
Porter, you take 28 damage,
5 of which is armor piercing.
5 of which is armor piercing.
I think you mean I take an injury.
Oh, what class injury is that? I'm curious.
Just curious.
I'm just curious. What kind of class? What kind?
I'm having flashbacks because this is how you got my arm in the long before times. Automatic weapons, over and over and over.
Yeah, that's a class 4 injury.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah, you couldn't, as if you didn't remember. I mean, you just
Good.
made the game. That's fine.
good. No, I had to make sure. And that what'd you roll there?
Look at him. Just
Be
look at
fine.
him. Somebody.
Wait, can I roll it? Can I roll it?
No, you cannot, Eloise. Porter has to roll it.
Roman, can you blow on this one for luck? Just like blow it at the camera. It works that way.
Just be fine.
That is a 16.
I don't get your limb, but it's
so much worse
it's so
than
much
ours.
worse than
So
me
much
taking.
very bad.
Oh no, is that bleeding now?
Yes.
Bleeding
Yes.
Wait, my mic wasn't on when I blew on it, so it doesn't count, so it should be a
Yeah,
reroll?
okay.
No.
Let me describe
No.
Cheese crackers. Okay, well, so is that an immediate loss of 1 hit point?
No. It's just
Okay,
every
good.
turn you will lose 1 hit
Every
point.
turn.
That will continue until you die. Now you can continue healing yourself to delay that death. But until this injury is treated with, I believe, oh god, I always have to double check because we did change it.
It's 4 or 5 successes.
Yeah, it's 4 successes unless someone has the physician talent, which lets them. Sorry, it's 5 successes unless someone has the physician talent, which says they can do it at 4. Unless Addie, can you confirm that? You have the final writing of it.
It's
It is class injury +1.
Okay, cool. I wasn't 100% sure because we had talked about adjusting that specifically because of the physician talent.
Yeah, the thing is we can't adjust it anymore because then a class 1 injury and you have the physician talent doesn't exist.
Right, that was it. Yeah. Okay, cool. That's I was pretty sure that's where we landed on. That's what my notes say, but I wanted to make sure because you have the final.
Yeah, the injuries are all in their final form.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. things that happen don't usually take me so far out that I lose my character voice, but this took me out.
It's gonna be okay.
Yeah, we'll just get you to the party doctor, and
It's gonna be okay.
Oh no. Okay, well, we'll see what happens.
You do have a med kit, which means the injury can be treated.
Which is good.
Help.
It's gonna be okay.
It's like, yeah, random jerk. Really unfortunate magic. That's absolutely. That's what I'm gonna call my dice from now on.
Yeah. So Porter, the rock you're hiding behind gets shredded by the gunfire, and as you leap forward and like stumble and like the guns, like the bullets whiz over you can hear them and feel them like whizzing past your head. But you roll to the ground and slide down the hill a little bit, like clutching yourself as tightly as you can, and you think, oh my god, I did it, I'm fine, holy shit. And as you put your hand down to set up, you feel like your hand go into a puddle of water, and you look down and you realize you're bleeding heavily. A bullet went underneath your arm and into like into your side, and like you're bleeding extremely heavily from like your upper torso under your arm, and it's running straight down, soaking into your clothes and making a little pool of blood where your hand is. And like you immediately like grab it to try and stem the bleeding, but you realize you are now on borrowed time.
That's unfortunate.
That's my first turn. Caldwell goes next. And as that rock breaks apart and like particles fly up in the air, Caldwell uses that opportunity, steps up in the like kind of cloud of soot and dust that are broken apart, and breaks it apart with the firing of his pistol, as from that extreme distance he fires a shot like with his elbow. Again, he fires like from the hip. Gus, you're the only one that gets to see this. He just shoots, and that giant like flare of like yellow flame like shoots out of the muzzle of his gun and dissipates, and the smoke and like debris around him like breaks apart, like whoosh away, and you see one of the turrets just shatter. And then before you can even look, he has his other gun in that same hand, and he fires a second shot. He like fires it and uses the recoil to holster it, and then grabs the other one and like with a more extended arm fires that one, and it same thing happens, just and that other turret breaks and shatters. It's going to be Dex's turn next, but what I'm going to do at this moment is we're going to take a quick little break. As Gus and Caldwell are under fire, Porter has been knocked back and is bleeding heavily from a mortal wound in his torso. Eloise and Dex are a decent distance away at one of the doors that is a secret entrance to this hideout. Eloise tapped into the explosives of that door. And we're going to take a quick little break. I got 10:56 on my clock. We're going to take about a 10-minute break, so we'll see you guys all around like 11:06, around that time. So if you're watching, go take a drink. If you have any magic to do, any rituals you can cast, any prayers you can do in this time for Porter, it surely can't hurt.
Put your porters in the chat for Porter.
Put your porters in the chat for Porter. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. All right.
And don't use the bits thing to grayscale him yet.
Oh my god. We're going to take a break. For those of you who are just joining us, things are crazy. These drifters are in a bad spot. They are in a fight with some bandits who have some good technology, most of which is destroyed at this moment. And Dex and Eloise are off a little ways away from the fight at a side door leading to the hideout of these bandits, while Porter, Gus, and the gunslinger known as Alistair Caldwell is all three of them are under attack currently nearby the hideout. And Porter has just sustained a lethal wound and is bleeding out slowly.
Porter as a boob.
Yeah. And that's where we left off. So we're just going to pick right back up an initiative with Dex.
I look at Eloise. If you can open the door now, that would be good. And then I hold my turn.
Okay. Gus.
Porter, how are you?
Not great, Gus. I'm not great.
Should I get you to L?
Any help would be appreciated, huh?
Yeah, she go. Okay.
Yeah, Gus, you look down and you see Porter is like kind of like sitting himself up, and you already see just blood has already soaked his entire like right arm and his like torso, and he's like his blood is like seeping into the dry, hungry ground of the Badlands.
All right, remind me what sort of action somatic powers are.
Focused, unless it says otherwise.
Okay. Right, I pick up. I know the general direction they're in.
Yeah, you know the general direction there.
They're like hills between us or something.
Yep, you can't see them.
Are these hills easy to traverse?
I mean, it depends on your definition of easy. They're big hills, and like a lot of rocky terrain.
Right. And I double down. I pick up. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing all day. Is I'm picking up Border, doubling down. I'm putting Hulk and Wall Walker on myself, so I can run very fast, and the terrain won't matter to me none. I start booking it.
Okay. I don't necessarily know that you need Wall Walker for this terrain. There's not a lot of sheer walls or anything like that.
And then I'll just take Hulk and I'll just jump where I need.
Okay.
I can't blink with him in my arms.
Correct. Yeah. I think. Yeah.
You'll leave and drop him.
Yeah. He will be left alone. And you don't have super jump, so.
No, I don't. Still don't. Some dumb reason.
What? Why do I always think you had? Because you did that one big jump.
Yeah.
Because he got very strong and jumped very far, but it was not, technically speaking, a super.
If he had super jump, he would have been able to just in one bound clear that thing and land next to you.
Yeah. So I cast Hulk. I turn to Alistair. Say, he needs help. I gotta get him out of here. And I scoop him up and I cast Hulk. Is that?
Ouch.
I'm sorry. This can be a little rough. Hey, you hang on there, Porter. And I cast Hulk on myself, and then I just start pounding across the terrain over towards where I know.
Okay.
Dex and L are.
Let's go ahead and do one. You're doubling down, so you're using two turns for this, but I'll do one roll with a negative just to count both athletics for both turns. And you'll be able to achieve more because you will have taken 2 turns to do this.
Oh, and I took real quick at the beginning. I popped a muscle attribute tonic.
Okay. So
I can with that. Can I make my muscle an 11? Is that a legal play?
nope, 10 is the highest it can go.
Dang it! Then this muscle tonic's fine. And I treasure the person who made it. Then I don't do that. I'm just moving.
Yeah, you slide down to where Porter is. You grab him, shout out to Alistair, who just gives you like the slightest of nods as he moves to the side and gets in position and holsters one gun and pulls out the other as he like watches, and he goes, "Go on then." And he doesn't seem like he seems aware of what's going on enough to know that you just used an illuminated power as like your arms like glow red and you pick up Porter. He does not seem to focus on it in any way, shape, or form, at least in the heat of battle, as he like nods to you and says, "Go on then," and then like looks back ahead as you see the cellar door like boom, kick open, and he cocks back the hammer, and you turn your attention to where you saw Dex and Eloise go, and you just start running as fast as you can. So let's call this an athletics test at a -4. And did you roll Hulk?
Oh, I didn't.
Yeah, you got to see what your muscle bonus is.
Let's do it again. Unopposed, yeah.
Yeah, the casting of this somatic power is unopposed. Yeah.
Nice, because my 6, 3, and 1 do it for me.
Nice.
Let's see. Hulk. Success means +2 to all muscle-based skills for a long-lasting effect.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's fine. I won't spend a grit. And then I book it. So I got +2, and you said a -4?
Yep.
I'm rolling at 12s. Let's see. Oh no. Only +2. Let's see. Yeah, I got 3 successes. I'll go ahead and twist the knife.
Just a knife? All right.
That's 4 successes.
Oh wait, twist the knife means I gotta adjust your grit. Boop, 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 boop. So yeah, you grab Porter and just leap forward with like extreme speed and strength, just like hitting almost top speed in like 2 bounds, and then you just start tearing down the hill. You like vault over without using your arms, like a giant like rock formation, land and slide down another like slope and like catch yourself without breaking any momentum, and keep running with Porter like clasped heavily in your arms. Porter, with your like one uninjured like arm, you're like wrapped around Gus's head, and like he's holding you as tight to him as he possibly can, as you are in for a pretty rocky ride as Gus tears through, and you don't see Dex and Eloise, but you don't know whether or not you are close to them or not. But if you aren't close to them, then they are not in this area of the hills because you've cleared so much ground.
I think I yell.
Okay, cool.
Yell like, "Eloise, Porter needs help."
Yeah. So, big gunshot, rapid fire, couple more gunshots, and then way closer than you expect, Eloise and Dex, you hear Gus shout out, Eloise, Porter needs help. Porter, it is your turn, so you take 1 hit point damage.
Right. And I think the immediate thing to do is to take my last remaining health tonic.
Okay, what tier is that?
That's tier 2.
Okay, cool. So you heal up 6 hit points, and what's your side effect?
Mute. I can no longer talk.
What?
No famous last words for Porter
Oh,
if he
no.
dies.
That's fine. Been the same anyway.
You're not gonna. It's not as fun because you're not gonna die. That's the thing.
Mm-hmm. Yep, keep saying that. I like it. I like it.
But that's honestly, that's a free action, Porter. I have no idea what you would use a quick or full action for. But if there's anything else you'd like to do besides hold on to Gus,
Is there a way? I don't know. It's almost like pre-rolling first aid, just to like, can I prepare the med kit for Eloise to help me start repairing the injury?
yeah, go ahead and roll first aid at a -8, given like the terrible situation you're in, and
Yeah.
like you don't have time to like pull out the med kit and like look through it and
No.
scan yourself or anything like that. You're literally, Porter, just starting to try and get your thoughts in order. Actually, here's a better. Porter,
Okay.
roll a discipline check for me.
That's fine.
No modifier or anything like that. This is to
No.
calm yourself enough so that when you get to Eloise, you can help her without penalty.
Sure.
Other than not being able to talk.
No reroll. That's fine. No. No. So that's no successes.
Okay,
My
cool.
target's 8. I rolled 2 16 somehow.
Okay. Yeah, so Porter, you start, like, what you're able to do is relatively, like, calm yourself a little bit. You haven't been able to wrap your head around how do I help Eloise. You'll still be able to help Eloise on when she eventually is doing, like, first aid, if that's, like, what's happening. But right now you haven't been able to, like, fully calm yourself down. Like, the panic is sitting, like, basically you're just keeping the panic at bay.
Right.
As you're like, okay, this is, this injury is probably fine. It's going to be okay. Eloise is really smart. Is like what you're able to kind of tell yourself to stop yourself from going into like panic. What you like prevent yourself from going in shock, basically, due to blood loss. And Eloise, it is your turn.
Okay. Okay. I explode the bomb. I explode the door.
Short.
I just explode it. I should be out of cover. I mean, I should be in cover.
You get out of the way.
I get out of the way. I get out of the way.
Eloise, I need you to
explode
roll
the
a
bomb.
class 4 injury. No. No, yeah. You have control of this thing. You have control over it. Like, you just pull back and slam the button as soon as the gunfire starts raining. As soon as Dex says, if you can open this door now, you should. And the door just in this like swirling column of like fiery explosion launches the door out of its like seat and slams it against the stones and like breaks it and bends it and kind of like scorches it as it topples to the ground.
Okay. Then I activate Sixth Sense.
Okay, that is a free action. So go ahead and roll
Okay.
that.
So I roll that. Pretty good. Okay. So that's 3 hits, which means +2 to initiative and +2 to defense.
Okay.
Okay. And then I start moving in the direction that that I heard, Gus, I don't even look at Dex. I think I just go.
Yeah, like kind of ripping or like her med kit, like her Omni tool away from where she had it like attached. Like the cords are mostly broken away and scorched from the door, but she just like runs and like lets the like cords fall to the ground as she sprints away. And Eloise, because Gus rolled so well with your full action, you are able to get to him.
Okay, so I don't have any time to do anything else?
Yeah, not unless you were to extend your turn with a double down, or you could wait.
I need all my grit. But I do get there?
Yeah, so you run as fast as you can. You come over a hill and you see Gus zooming forward towards you. Gus, you skid to the stop and you like kneel down, and Eloise, you see a weak, kind of pale looking porter, covered in blood. He's not like, I guess he's less weak looking. He is pale because he's lost a lot of blood, but like he's taken his health tonic, which has helped him a decent amount to like keep his vitality up. So he looks aware and he looks like he's able to like set his one arm down to kind of steady himself as Gus like puts him down towards the ground, and he like makes eye contact with you. You see his like skin is kind of pale and the whole like right half of his body is soaked in blood.
Sorry, I'm so sorry.
Oh no! What is
just...
not talking? Oh no!
Oh yeah, you can't talk, Porter.
Oh, that's right. Thank you.
Oh no! Guess what happened?
Yeah, so you see Porter start to talk, but he's not able to.
You're gonna be okay. You're gonna be fine. I'm gonna take care of you. You're gonna be okay.
And Porter just like hands her the med kit.
Okay. And I just like pat his head. Like brush the hair off of his forehead and like, push his hat back and stuff and start whatever. That's my turn.
Okay.
Also, Dex is that way. There was the explosion. You go away.
Dex in trouble?
No. I mean, maybe he's walking down. He's gonna do the thing, I think. And
oh, I'll go with him. Hey, you got this.
Okay.
I believe in you.
Okay. Okay. No, I can do that.
Dex, you did hold your turn until
I would like
now.
to take my turn now.
Yeah. Eloise blows the door and runs out of your vision.
Okay. I head down this hallway.
Okay. I presume as like fast as you can, or are you trying to be sneaky?
No. Listen, the jig is up. We're getting in the fight.
Okay. It's a relatively long hallway. So basically you can roll an athletics test to try and like sprint your way down super fast to make like to gain extra ground. Otherwise, you'll spend your whole turn kind of getting to a new location, but you won't have a new target when you get there.
Yeah, I'll spend the time doing an athletics test to try and have something to shoot.
Sure, go for it.
Hey, I mean, those are both successes. And I'll spend 2 grit. Twist a knife. Call 3.
Okay.
Three successes on athletics. You dice at a 10. It's basically flipping a coin.
Dex, you, without hesitation, swing around that corner and start sprinting as fast as you can. And you run through like a narrow, slightly winding, but not like heavily winding, just like a slight curve to the left, slight curve to the right. Then it straightens out. A hallway that is, it kind of is a reminiscent of like a mine shaft, because it's like, it's dirt and rock on either side
Looks
of you.
like it's been dug out.
Yeah, and you sprint down it, and there's like lanterns along the way, so it's not like a dark hallway. And as you bend around that last corner, you see a door ahead of you, and you just run at it, and you shoulder check it. It pops open, and you're in a like what looks like a little like sleeping area. It's got a couple bunks, a couple like crates that have been opened up. It's dingy, but decently lit. It's just like kind of dirty and grimy. This is like kind of a subterranean thing, and there's a door ahead of you which is open, and in that other room, moving up a ladder, you see a man with dark black hair braided behind his head, who has like 2 bandoliers full of knives, and like straps around his hips also covered in knives, as he is just disappearing, like about to disappear up the ladder. But you do have a shot on him. He has medium cover against you.
Okay. I would like to shoot him.
Go for it. -2.
On my way there, I remember this time to drink the excellent quality finesse tonic the porter gave me to fight the illuminated monster man.
Cool.
Okay. What? Do I tell you my number first, or you tell me your number first?
Well, I mean, it happens simultaneously, and then as the attacker, you would have the responsibility of spending grit first.
Okay. Right now, I have a 1.
Cool. I have a 5.
Great. That makes this easy. I will spend 3 grit to go it strong. Just because I wanted to make sure with his cover, right, that you didn't roll extremely good. Because now I can count these 2 15s.
All right.
This man becomes shot, Tommy.
How much?
He takes 18 damage, no armor piercing. Actually, can I tell based on his armor? Like, is he wearing like heavy or light armor?
I mean, it looks like relatively like lighter weight armor. He's thiefy.
Nah, I'll just wait. The double down is probably more valuable than an extra hit, because I could punch it.
Okay.
Yeah, 18 damage, no armor piercing.
Okay. Yeah, he's like pulling himself up the ladder. You burst open that door and you see like through another door him starting to disappear. You fire a shot, it goes right through like his like lower back, like the small of his back, shoots out into the like ladder in front of him, splintering the wood there, and he tumbles down, like dropping heavily on like his side, and like looks to you.
I will shoot him again if he's still alive.
He is. And I'm gonna go ahead and bamboozle you.
Okay.
I will bamboozle you 3 times, so you have 8 grit now.
Okay. Does he still have medium cover?
No.
Okay.
And you can take, well, I guess, what's your highest? Mine's currently a 7.
I have a 9.
It's grit time. I'll go it strong.
Okay. So that's another grit for me.
Yep. And that will allow me to count this 12.
Yeah, nothing I can do about that. Surprising, probably no one. I double down.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, you fire the one shot. The second shot, like, he like manages to pull himself up on his knees a little faster than you expect. So the second shot goes like right by where his head is, as he's like throwing his body to the side to get like momentum to stand up.
I have a 15.
Okay. What's your second highest? Because if I go it strong, I could have 12 again.
You would. So I'm the attacker. I will play to the gallery and count my 16.
Cool.
Yeah, I gotta. I think it's an inside straight. When you have 3 of them and they're in a row, it's a 14, a 15, and a 16.
Yeah.
I need those dice. That's what I need.
Okay. Then I'm not spending any grit. And
Right.
yeah. He like gets up and like goes for one of his knives, and as he starts to draw it off, you just fire a shot like right through his throat, and he like gets it out and drops it as he drops to the ground, clutching his throat, and in 2 seconds he is dead.
Okay. I move further in.
Yeah, you have your turn. You're able to move your way in. You get and you see the ladder goes up towards where you can see some of the moonlight coming down. You don't see quite the exit. It looks like there's like another like layer there. Like this is what you've entered is like a subterranean thing underneath what is the normal functional cellar of this what used to be this old house.
Okay. Can I hear anyone else moving around?
Yeah, there's movement up ahead, up above you for sure.
Okay, then yeah, I move up until I see somebody.
Okay. So you climb up the ladder, and I think it will take you. Basically, you have one quick action left, and I think you can take a quick action and get line of sight or take cover, but you won't have the quick action to take the shot. So you can either like leave out the cellar door, or you can take cover. Like right where the cellar door is.
I'll take cover.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so you rush up and like take cover where like one of the cellar doors is like wide open, the other one is like still down. You're able to like get underneath that, and you can hear movement and gunfire above you, and shouting as presumably the other bandits are pressing on Caldwell. And you hear lots of gunfire.
Makes sense. That's why I took cover.
You hear, I'm going to go ahead. All of you can take a grit.
Personally love that.
Puts Dex up to 8, right?
I'm up to 4.
4? Oh yeah, because you doubled down. Didn't take that into.
Yeah. I would love to be at grit.
Eloise is at 10. Porter is at 2. And Gus is at 3. And then I'm going to spend some more grit that doesn't give you guys any grit.
You're always telling us how when you get grit, it's like they're giving grit to us.
I
But I'm
think
really wondering where that tax goes. Is all I'm
Funneling
saying.
it to
I think-
offshore NPCs.
yeah, I think he has like an offshore bank account for grit account
Caldwell?
for Caldwell. Yeah.
Mhm.
I didn't spend grit for Caldwell here.
No, you're spending
No.
it against.
Yeah.
Right.
So
he
Get
gets
back
grit.
to yourself.
yourself.
Yeah.
oh,
Inside
so I
grit.
get grit. Yeah, you're right, because I spent grit against me. No. No. So, Dex, you get up there. You hear guns are already blaring. You hear several shots nearby you. You also hear at a distance from you, and then you hear a couple more gunshots from a distance. You hear the sound of hard caliber pistols. You recognize the sound of a gunslinger's pistols going, and you hear like, get cover, take down. And then as as like the footsteps kind of like move one way, you hear one kind of going to the left, one kind of going forward and to the right away from you as you're like getting ready, kind of like sensing where your opponents are before you break cover. And then you hear, he's coming down. And then a woman's voice shouts out, I got him. And there's one big shot that comes out. And it's not from the hard caliber. And then you hear the other voice, the man's voice go, hoo-wee! And then immediately following that, you hear a hard caliber go again. And then you hear as what you can only assume is a sea of mines in a chain reaction begin exploding. Eloise and Gus and Porter, you feel the earth rumble. Dex, you feel the earth rumble. You feel heat burst down the cellar door as several explosions all go off at the same time, and you hear like this roaring like flame, and that same voice that was like hoo-wee becomes hoo-wee.
Open field, surrounded by mines, Gunslinger staring at you. Not where you want to be.
Dex, it's your turn.
I would like to ascend from the cellar.
You step up, the heat hits your face hard, Dex, as you step up, and it's like walking into a furnace. Fire everywhere, burning what remains of this foundation to like soot and ash. And you see the field is blown apart by like fiery explosives. You see what you can only assume is Kyle Peters just engulfed in flame, rushing forward, trying to like rip off his like armor, but he can't. When he peels it, it's bloody, and he like drops to the ground and starts like rolling around shouting, and then his shouting becomes muffled. And you see to your right, safely in cover from the explosion, a woman with like a fine like lever action rifle, who is like staring at her fallen friend, and then seems completely shocked to see you emerge from the cellar. And in the distance, it's hard to see through the smoke and the heat waves. You see some form at the bottom of that hill, laying on the ground, that you can assume is probably Caldwell, but it's hard to see the state of him. You just see that he is on the ground at the bottom of a hill. You completely have like the drop on Paulina. She like is like swinging her rifle to see you as she was like just like shocked by the explosion that just happened.
I shoot her.
Okay. I'll bamboozle you twice. Why not? I still have 4 grit.
Okay, yeah. Take the grit and use it later for stuff. I got a 10.
Well, allow me to re-roll this and see if my highest is a 5 or something else. My highest is a 12.
Nothing I can do about this one. I just rolled all hits. The highest one is a 10.
Yeah, so you step up, see the scene, you see her, and you immediately like swing your pistol, and she dives like forward, and your bullet whizzes over her as she like rolls to the ground and like steps up, like she immediately catches her roll and like pushes the lever down on her revolver or on her repeater to make like the shell pop out as she gets ready to shoot you. She wasn't ready for another person to be here.
Yeah, no one is.
This time I only have a 9. Unless I make my own luck, there's nothing I can do about it.
Okay, well, thank you for the bamboozling earlier. I'm gonna immediately spend this crit to play to the gallery. Count to 16. Just blow it up. That's a 15. That also explodes.
Woo-wee.
All right. It's 18 damage, no piercing.
Okay, she is still alive, but you do hit her that time.
You said
Pretty
your highest
sound.
was a 9, right?
Yeah, my highest was a 9.
Okay. Then, now, with my final 4 grit, I double down.
Go ahead.
Dang, I sort of wanted to see if I could get there.
I got a 14.
And I have... she's wounded, so I can only count my 8.
It's 18 more damage.
Cool. Yeah, so she leaps out, like, hits the lever on her rifle, swings it up, and you shoot her in the shoulder, and she spins her aim up, and the bullet just whizzes by you. You don't flinch at all, as she, like, obviously isn't hitting you with that shot. She just kind of instinctually pulls the trigger, and as she, like, tumbles to the ground and, like, tries to push herself up to, like, get to other cover, you just, like, holster one of your pistols and just shoot like 3 shots right into her sternum, like fanning the hammer, and she flies back dead. And we will drop out of initiative.
No, somebody start a fight. Quick, Gus, go punch something. We need to do it in initiative.
Porter,
Oh, no.
Porter, you lose 1 hit point.
Yeah. So I sprint in there until I see X.
Yeah, so
then-
what you see, Gus, is you run in, you see someone dead on the ground at the bottom of a stairwell. You're in a small little, like, subterranean, like, dugout, like, bedroom and, like, almost like storage kitchen area. And then you, with your Hulk ability, like, without touching the ladder, just leap up into the actual cellar. And you see, like, the cellar doors, like, open, and with another, like, 1 step and leap, you fly out of it and, like, skid to the ground, and, like, you realize, like, the ground is, like, a little bit on fire as you land, and you see this sea of flame and ash, a crumpled, like, burning corpse in the center of it, and a dead body a couple feet away from Dex, as Dex holsters reloads and holsters his revolvers.
So we're done then?
Yeah. What's up with Porter?
It's bad. Find any tonics or any first aid cubes around here you can. I'm gonna run them back out.
Does
And I
it
start,
look like
scavenging?
Does it look like? I mean, God, I don't know how I would tell, but if I can, does it look like all the mines are done?
Judging by what Eloise said, like when the one she pointed out, it looks like the minefield, Caldwell seems to have shot it in a way to have blown all of them up.
Okay. I point out Caldwell. Caldwell's there. I don't know how hurt he is, but if you can grab him and get him back to L, I'll look for tonics and head that way.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, so Gus, you like leaping forward, massive bounds. You run the length of a football field in like 20 seconds tops. As you run and you get to where Caldwell is, and you see he is laying motionless on the ground. And as you pick him up, he's like, "God damn!"
All right, you bad?
Bad.
All right, I'm gonna get you to where the doctoring's happening. Okay?
Wait, no. Set me up. It's done, son. I gotta get you the information. Deal's a deal. I ain't making it to no
all right.
doctor.
It's right over there. I can get you there fast.
What?
Shut up and listen. And he begins talking to you, Gus. Dex, you're searching bodies for
Any healing tonics. As my understanding, Porter is bad and needs tonics.
yes. You do
And
find
first aid cubes certainly also.
at
I
a
guess
quick
we'll call that.
quick thorough, like, you don't, unless you're, I know you're in a hurry, right? So go ahead, I guess roll an observe at a -5.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Eloise,
Uh-huh.
you are with Porter.
Okay.
Are you doing anything?
Yes.
He is bleeding heavily. Gus has run off. You heard a massive explosion in the distance. But you have Porter there and you have the med kit.
Okay. Yeah, I will. Okay.
I think Porter like motions at his mouth, like the universal sign for I can't talk, and then he points at his head and points at yours.
Okay. Okay, and I will activate my my telepathic ability.
Okay.
Yeah, my telepathy. And I guess no, I'm not thinking about anybody else, unfortunately. It's
Yep.
just Porter.
So you make a
Okay.
mental connection with Porter. Go ahead and roll to see how long that lasts.
I got okay. 4 hit.
Okay.
So
Lasts
if
for
you
an extreme
live a
amount.
week, I can still talk for the next 3 days or so.
So her eyes flash, Porter, and you feel that warmth of like her presence kind of pass over you, and you two are mentally connected. Porter, I need you to lose another hit point.
Right.
But Eloise, you then, I assume, hear Porter's voice in your head.
Can you do this?
Yes.
Okay. And I explain to her what's hurt, and
Okay.
I let her do what she can.
Okay. Porter, since you're only really able to kind of verbally guide her, well, go ahead, roll first aid as an assist. We'll put it at a -4.
Okay. Stop that.
Yeah, you
They're
discipline those
misbehaving
dice.
tonight, I swear.
Don't roll that green one. I swear to God. Or do
I
want-
almost told you not to assist just so you wouldn't have to roll dice.
That's fair. You know, I can't be mad at that. I don't think the doctor talent technically helps on this, right?
No,
I'm
because you are
assisting,
just
I'm
assisting.
not actually healing. Yeah,
Mhm.
and right. Okay. But with the med kit, okay, -4. You say?
Yep.
Why? Why did they get stuck in the dice? There we go.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. Okay. Okay, sure. That's 4 hits then.
Okay, so you get a +4, Eloise, to your first aid test, which, given the horrible conditions, is at a -2. So you're at a +2 net.
+2.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then the med kit is excellent quality, so I believe you get an additional +1. So
And reliability, right?
yep. So your modifiers from Porter and his equipment and the situation is a +3.
Okay.
And then an extra reliability.
I'm gonna. It's gonna be okay.
Porter, go ahead and lose another hit point for me. As
why not?
you basically like you guide her, like you're like, okay, you're gonna need to like remove this sleeve, you're gonna need to like cut this jacket here, and like I'm applying pressure to it. What's like, but you're gonna have to take a look at it and scan it with the med kit. You like start giving her just like the rundown of it, very calmly in your head. Eloise, Porter is just gently guiding you as blood is continuing to like exit from this wound.
Is it a through and through wound, or do I think there's also a bullet?
There's
in there?
definitely a bullet in there. Yeah.
Okay, good, great.
And he's like, I can feel the bullet in there. It's
Please get that out.
Okay. 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 It's gonna be okay.
I know.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna roll. I'm at a +3.
Yes.
Brave misfire.
Stop it.
Okay.
Now you're bleeding out.
Okay.
Eloise stabs
Um,
herself with a scalpel. Oh god.
I have some reliability. I did not
Okay.
misfire.
Okay.
Great.
That explodes. So that's 3.
Okay.
That is 4 hits. And then I have I can't roll anymore. So I twist the knife.
And that gives you 5 successes.
Right.
What an unfortunate turn of phrase given the circumstances.
No, right.
You twist the knife
It's
and
the
you
only
take the
way we
bullet
get the
right
bullet out.
Yeah. So, Porter, you like rest your arm on like a rock, and then like remove your hand and like give Eloise the wound, and you like start talking to her in your head, and you like turn your head and like just watch the monitor as she's like moving a camera into the wound to like find the like bullet. And then you're like, that's it. Now just do this. And then you're like, okay, I'm going to pass out, but you need to stitch this up. And then like Eloise like guides you to the ground as you like black out.
Right before I pass out, I say, "See, told you I'm fine."
And then he and then the med kit is like gives you recommendations for how to like seal up the wound, and you start working on that. Gus, during this time, and Dex, basically you run up with what'd you get on your observe test?
2 hits.
2. So yeah, you find a tier 1 healing tonic on Paulina. And you think if you're gonna find other things, you're gonna have to go downstairs, and that would take too much time. So you just grab the tonic and run towards Eloise, and you get there and see Porter unconscious, but Eloise stitching up the wound. As you like get there holding a tonic in hand.
I put that in my bag, and I grabbed one that Porter gave me that is excellent quality, and I know has no side effects, because who fucking knows what these bandits have in their garbage healing tonics. This is one of his, if he needs help.
No, he'll be okay. He'll be okay.
Okay,
He's gonna be okay.
good.
Okay. He's gonna be okay.
I put a hand on Ellie's shoulder. He's gonna be okay?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay,
yes.
take a deep breath.
Okay.
And then Gus crests.
Exhale.
And then Gus crests over a hill. He is holding a piece of paper with a name and a location written on it. Why are you shaking your head?
I'm holding a whole man. Fuck
And-
that guy.
No, he's dead by the time you get there, is what I'm saying. So did you force him to carry? You have nothing then. If you don't listen to him, he yells at
Listen
you.
to
If
him.
you pick him up and he says, "Set me down. I'm going to die if you move me."
Listen to him, and I write the stuff down, and like as he kills over, I grab him and I just take him anyways, like just in case there's something that can be done.
Like you pick him up and he says, "Set me down. I'm going to die if you move me." Do you continue moving him, or do you leave him there?
No, like I let him say his piece, and like when he sort of like keels over and passes out or whatever, I'm like, okay, he's out, and then I just like pick him up and I like
Yeah.
try
Okay.
to save him.
Yeah. So you
I
crest
have
over the
all
hill.
the info.
You crest.
Also,
Okay.
like I didn't want to just like freaking leave this guy behind as he does.
No.
the
I
gunslinger
kind of
like,
figured you might
"Leave
have
me to
his.
die.
I kind of figured
Died
you.
in a gunfight.
I kind of figured you'd
No,
have
thank
his
you.
body in tow as well. But the important thing is you have the
Yes.
information. It's just if you tried to move him before he could tell you, he would die. And that's what he would tell you. If you
No.
were like, no, fuck you.
Listen.
And like picked him up, he'd be like, I'm dying now.
Listen to him. I know how gunslingers are. They have to say their piece.
So Gus is there with the dead body of Alistair Caldwell in his arms and a piece of paper with a name and a location on it. And that's where we're going to end this session.
Wow.
And Porter's alive. He did it. You lived, Porter.
I made it. I made it.
I could have doubled down.
I'm probably not allowed to use this guy's guns, right? That's bad form.
I think we do have to bring them back. I think.
Yeah, no, you have to bring them back. That's for sure the right thing. I'm not allowed to use them, right?
Get in trouble on the way. You can test them out a little bit.
Make sure they still work, I guess.
Yeah, we test fire them, right?
We have some questions that we're going to try and rapid fire through it because the session, of course, went a little bit long because Porter was about to die and I wasn't going to leave without that being resolved.
Great clip.
What a mid-season cliffhanger would have been, though.
Yeah, well, we're off for 2 weeks or a week next week. We're off next week, so it would have been like.
If
3
this was the
days.
CW, we 100% would have left that unresolved.
Yeah. All right. So, wrong Discord. All right, so we're gonna try and rapid fire through these. We have some characters to build from Arget Lam. There's Ash Ketchum from Pokemon. Obviously he has a bunch of the metal trees, so you can have an animal companion.
That's Splinter Cat.
That is a Splinter Cat, which is Pikachu. Splinter Cats in Manifest are large, like panther-like creatures that can basically turn into lightning and fly forward and break stuff. Which I think is like Thunder Charge or something that Pikachu can do.
Yeah.
And then
I think he also has know-how because he seems to know how to administer a lot of medical attention to Pokemon in the field quick.
Cool. And obviously
Yeah.
Brawn because he can carry so many Pokemon and they're extremely heavy.
Well, I was gonna say he's got can't keep me down from hardiness because that one time he turned into Total Rock and then Pikachu shocked him.
Right
and he
on
came
him.
back
And
alive.
then
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe Pikachu has "Don't You Die on Me."
he's a
Pikachu.
defibrillator.
I love it. There's also Gary Oak from Pokemon, which is the rival character of Ash Ketchum. I don't know if they have very different talents.
You should. I can't guarantee anything. We haven't talked a ton about it, but something I have been pushing for a while is as an alternative to one big powerful spirit animal, like a couple smaller, one might say a swarm of spirit animals. So like,
Yeah.
if you wanted more.
So Gary Oak has consume. I will not be taking questions at this time.
He just randomly is like, also when I defeat you in a Pokemon battle, I steal your life essence.
Why do you think you white out?
That's right. Wake up at the hospital. Come on.
Yeah.
I think Gary has moxie is the only thing instead of hardiness
Yeah.
because he's such a dick and everyone loves him.
Yeah. Moxie for sure. Very high connections being an oak.
Yes. And my father is an oak, you see.
A totally different vein of questions. Carnaxis says Squonk Army. I love that.
Hell yes, Squonk Army.
All about it.
In a totally different vein, if a hide behind falls in the woods and no one is around to hear it, how likely is it to become the tree monster? How likely is this? Wait.
Is it because the tree monster already killed them?
Oh, okay.
It's
Very.
The answer is very likely. Yeah.
Yeah. Hide behinds notoriously hard to hit. So if they fall down, it's probably because they're dead.
You got to know what to do. I've shot a hide behind.
And then in honor of May 4th, Argot Lom wants to know if there's a way to make an X-Wing. In
Yeah, you can
Manifest.
put like vertical takeoff and landing on a plane,
Mhm.
and then put a missile launcher on it.
Yep.
It just still can't go
Easy.
in space.
Yeah, it just can't go in space.
You just got to saran wrap the cockpit.
Yeah, vertical takeoff and landing, driver operated weapon, Dunzo. On a plane, gone.
And then
Done.
the rest of it is just sort of flavor, right? Like,
You can't lock S-foils in attack position mechanically, but you can flavorfully.
Yeah.
do it narratively.
So those are the questions from Argot Lom in the Discord. And I saw one that
He
came
asked
out
us to
in the
make
chat.
Scrooge McDuck.
Yes.
I have a thought.
What's that?
Previously unprecedented, I think Scrooge McDuck doesn't have a path and instead has two histories. And I think Scrooge McDuck is a privileged.
Yes.
He's not a drifter, is the thing.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
just rich.
Yeah.
He's
And
not
yeah.
going anywhere. He's going into that freaking pool of gold coins.
Doesn't he go on like archaeology digs and stuff? Is that not a
He
thing?
could
like-
go on
yeah.
adventures,
They were
but
like,
he doesn't
they were like-
have to.
They go like underwater for fun. to,
Well,
like,
he's with the
advance.
young duck
He's a
boys,
duck.
as they go on their adventures, and he's always trying to make a buck, but not because he needs to.
Apparently, he goes on crazy adventures, according to Argot Lom.
All
I've
right.
never seen DuckTales, but I bet he.
So
I
Yeah,
think-
he's a
I think
major
he's a
character in
privileged grifter.
DuckTales.
Yeah.
I think he's a privileged grifter is the thing. I feel like he is always, like you say, out to make a buck, so he's trying to make as much money as possible. You don't get that far without some kind of personality, right?
maybe he
Yeah.
has the metal tree as well, and the thing
Because he's a duck.
Yeah. No, so he can like do the Kinsey thing and connect with the earth, but that's just the ghosts of Christmas past and future.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it. So you have Moxie because of connections and stuff like that. You have subtlety so that he can speak to the earth for the ghosts of Christmas past. And maybe subtlety because you can make money every time you every night that you spend like in a town if you have the
You
subtlety.
said subtlety twice, but you mean metal.
Metal.
Oh,
Yeah.
metal. I meant metal. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
He's got hardiness because he can dive into a whole pool of gold coins and he's fine.
Yeah, that's
No,
Yeah, like-
no. That's subtlety. That's practice landing.
I love
One
it.
automatic hit to avoid falling damage. More important than you think.
He can pogo jump with his cane in at least one game. Okay, yeah. Yeah, subtlety also has gymnastics and stuff like that. Cool, we figured it out. Scrooge McDuck, fully rounded, very capable character in Manifest, it turns out. Subtlety, metal, and Moxie. It's a good trio of talents to have.
Also, he's a duck.
Also, he's a duck. All right, cool. Then we are going to wrap up for tonight. We are on again. We're not on next week, so we're aiming for May 18th. Now there's like a non-zero chance that we might have to shift that around in some way. Our moving date is a little it's not set in stone yet, so it might end up being that like we're still in mid-move at that time, or settling in at our new place. Who knows? There
But
might
we're
be
going to
internet
try to do
issues.
everything that we can to make the 18th work because we definitely can't make the 11th.
We're aiming for the 18th. If it's not the 18th, you will hear about it before the 18th. We'll post it in the Discord. We'll post it on Twitter. So
We might
the
even
street
post it
scream
on
it.
Instagram. You never know.
The clues are all there.
But we are not on May 11th. We're on May 18th. So we will see y'all in a couple weeks. And we'll go ahead and take a look. Surely there's some people playing some RPGs this fine Tuesday night that we can throw a raid at. And let's see.
Well, while you look for someone to raid, chat, there was another Instagram clue in this episode. Did you find it?
Play it back. Watch it from beginning to end. See if you can find it.
Bought the clue.
Someone's playing Fiasco.
Oh, where's that?
Monolith Live. Fiasco. Almost got eaten by a bunch of cats the one time I played it.
Yes.
Fiasco is a wild game.
Yeah. So yeah, let's go jumping on this Fiasco game. Fiasco is a very strange RPG for those of you who haven't played it. It plays a little less like normal RPGs because like you like craft scenes ahead of time and then you act through them. And the design of it is supposed to be kind of in a way like entertaining failure in a lot of ways. Because it's kind of like a Coen film where like everything is going like wild and off the rails, and the best laid plans are always ruined. So yeah, we're gonna jump into a channel that is doing that. And if you have some fun with that, if you think it's I'm a dum-dum. Okay, found it. If you have some fun watching that, keep at it. Watch it for a while longer. They're probably in the middle of the session. And if it doesn't float your fancy, then you can move on. We don't know these people, but they are playing RPGs, and we like that about them. So go ahead and hop in their chat. Throw some. I love these. I love these augmented.
The flower crown on
emotes.
Dex is shockingly good.
So good.
Yeah.
I know.
Real Midsummer vibes.
Yeah, I love these flower crowns. Throw some emotes in their chat. Say hello.
Throw some porters in the chat. Celebrate the man's life. He's here to stay.
Porter lives.
That could ever
Hashtag Porter lives.
Hashtag save Porter.
Yeah.
Saved Porter.
And we'll see y'all on the 18th. Thank you so much for watching. We love you guys.
We do.
Bye-bye
It's
now.
true.
Bye-bye. We're gonna start this raid in 8, 7, 6, 5.
Can't wave that long.
Yeah. And here we go. Bye, everyone. We love you so
Thanks,
much. Bye, 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 bye.
Look terrifying, Roman.